Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Because it don't work.
Good evening and welcome. This is the Town of Pittsboro Board of Commissioners meeting for Monday, June 10th, 2019. We begin our meeting with the Thank you. Jay Farrell, will you lead us in the pledge?
Would everyone rise for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Before we take a look at the agenda, I have just a couple of things I wanted to say. You know, when the hour gets short, timbers do too. When the hour gets late, timbers get short. And I don't think we do our best work for the town or her citizens. And so at 10 tonight and 11 if necessary, we will pause and review where we are and what we've done and what remains, so that the board can re-examine the agenda in light of where we have gotten to. I will defer to the next meeting the two items that I have on the agenda for board directive, if needed. I would also remind folks that please take your individual conversations outside and down the hall. It's hard enough to hear under ordinary circumstances. And speaking of that, I'd like to remind folks to please come to the podium and speak loudly and clearly into the microphone so that our dear town clerk, Alice, will be able to discern the minutes. So thank you for those reminders. You have your agenda before you. Is there an addition or a correction to any of the matters in the regular agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Heather? Pamela Baldwin moved and Bette Wilson-Foley seconded the motion to adopt the agenda as stated. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. You have your consent agenda there. There are five items. And is there any adjustment to the consent agenda, or is there a motion to approve? Michael has moved to approve the consent agenda with a second by John Bonnet. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Is there a motion now to go into public hearing? Moved by Michael Fields. Second by Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. The public hearing this evening is for the open space element amendment. Jeff Jones.
Thank you, Mayor and board members. I'll give an overview of the proposed amendments to the open space. As you recall, there was an agreement between the state, the town, and Chatham Park as it related to the EIS and the NPDES permit. The amendments proposed by Chatham Park are in line with that agreement and roughly and generally pertain to the perennial and intermittent stream buffers in the North Village area. And the buffer on the Hall River. So there's in your packet there was a text amendment changes that was outlined by Chatham Park, and then there was a chart amendment, amendments to the chart, and those the chart amendments detail out the changes to the Chatham Park buffer area only, not to the 50 feet that's a regulated buffer by the town. As part of this process of the agreement with the state and the town, Chatham Park staff including Elizabeth, our town engineer, did review these amendments prior to the agreement coming before you. And what is in your packet is what was in the agreement. There hasn't been any changes, other changes proposed at this time. It's only what was in the agreement. The applicant's here. They can answer any questions that you might have. And tonight you can hold the public hearing, and you could either make a decision tonight or hold that off to the next meeting or to whenever you're ready to make a decision.
We have speakers signed up for the public hearing tonight. Joy Hewitt is the first speaker.
Joy Hewitt, 3069 Silk Hope, Gum Springs Road, Pittsboro, North Carolina, 27312. Thank you, Mayor Perry, Commissioners Bonnets and Foley, for your efforts to save trees and natural resources that sustain us all, human and animal, during Chatham Park's tree element nightmare. I do hope all 5 commissioners will consider the importance of saving the 2,000-foot buffer to the Hall River as open space. In proposed amendments to Chatham Park's master open space element, the riparian buffers being reviewed need to be enlarged. Mayor Perry asked about the buffer along the Hall River, including 2,000 feet from its bank, in order to preserve tree canopy and this natural area. While suggestions to have residential covenants protecting existing trees were discussed at that recent tree element meeting, several groups and studies done have urged preserving the natural heritage area as a conservation resource and wildlife corridor. Fences in that open space would restrict the natural movement of what remaining wildlife will exist along the river. The 300-foot buffer on the Hall, Chuck Smith proposed below Bynum Beach, is insufficient for that open space. If Chatham Park investors are allowed to clear cut up to the riparian buffers that help mitigate floodwater and stormwater runoff, and to develop near the buffer to the Hall River where the precious tree canopy creates such scenic beauty, a treasure will be lost. With over 7,000 acres of woodlands to be destroyed in the years to come, saving a 2,000-foot buffer along the river is not that much to ask. Over 1,600 concerned community members urged greater protection for the buffer to the Hall. Several town board members wanted changes to the tree element that protected more of the unique features of the forest than Chatham Park has proposed. This is your opportunity to save this precious resource that will benefit both the development and the community. Even Mr. Smith said residential lots with trees were more valuable. Do not allow them to develop down to 300 feet of the Hall River. The tree protection plan and additional element dated June the 5th, 2019 says 35% existing trees shall be retained, or not less than 35% of the land in Chatham Park that is within 2,000 feet of the top of the bank of the river. If you won't save the buffer as part of the open space element, requiring 60% existing tree coverage there will still provide residential lots for those wealthy enough to own them and give wildlife more canopy. My request is probably futile for conserving that buffer as it is now. Still, I want to remind you, you can require better stewardship of the river and these beautiful woods. What happens to the wildlife that depends on the woods for habitat and clean water from trees and ground cover soaking up stormwater runoff?
Thank you, Joy. Next speaker is Elaine Chioso.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Hall River Assembly. I too would like to urge that there could be improvements in the open space element amendment that you have before you. On page 6 of the settlement, the language says in 3D, nothing in this agreement limits the authority of the Town Board of Commissioners to decide whether, when, how, and on what terms to consider, adopt, amend, or not adopt any ordinance or resolutions as by law provided. You have the ability to make this ordinance stronger, make the open space element stronger. We would love to see 100-foot buffers on all intermittent streams in Chatham Park. The ones that are going to flow to Jordan Lake are just as important, and all intermittent streams are going to be playing a more valuable role with climate change. As we just saw this past weekend with the storms getting more intense, these smaller streams are very, very important to have larger buffers on. We too would suggest a larger buffer from that 300 feet. 700 feet would give you that 35% that's in the tree preservation element. So that's worth thinking about. At 700 feet of 2,000 would give you that 35% right there. But at the very least, I hope you would put 50 feet back onto this 300 feet, which Chatham Park has talked about, and now it's just talking about it being on individual lots. The table of uses in the open space additional element amendment are less protective than they were in the previous version of the open space element, and we think it would be much more protective of water quality if you would use the same table of uses as in the regulated buffers. These could be Zone 2, which is more lenient, but has mitigation. And speaking of mitigation, there is really nothing specific about how many trees have to be planted where the buffer's been disturbed in the additional ordinance. And if you're just going to rely on the replanting numbers that are in the tree preservation element, you'd be looking at about 80 to 100 trees per acre. Your own riparian ordinance thinks that anything less than 200 is sparse. I urge you to, that's on page 27, section 7C of your ordinance, and I think 80 to 100 trees. 80 would be if you had 2,000 feet for the understory, and 100 would be with that 1,000-foot understory trees. And of course, the canopy trees at 750. This is very sparse, very, very sparse. If you think of what an acre looks like, that's just not enough. And then finally, we would say no new roads, no widening of existing roads within these additional riparian buffers. And we're particularly concerned about any use of Bynum Beach Road being a main entrance to that part of Chatham Park. It's already in the floodplain. It gets flooded. It couldn't be any closer to the river, really. And so we hope you would consider that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, May. Next speaker is Ms. Collington.
I didn't bring my glasses. I have to squint. And I have that handout out there. Liz Cullington, 390 Rocky Hills Road, Pittsburgh. The current element treats additional buffers virtually the same as regulatory buffers, but I counted 43 changes in the new table of uses, whether in the use category or the text, all of which would be far more permissive with the loss of town control. Uses that would now be exempt would no longer require demonstration of necessity. The table also now eliminates any mitigation measures to even the most severe disruption or destruction of additional buffers. Road impacts other than crossings would allow a new permanent road running parallel to a stream with a haul, but now without any mitigation, even though the width of the right-of-way could be 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet. Two other uses, temporary roads and temporary sediment and erosion control devices, have text changes that the board should not and need not accept. For both these temporary uses, the current reference to the replanting requirements of the town's riparian buffer protection ordinance has been deleted, so now replanting need not be at the same density as before clearing, nor the density required by the ordinance for buffer restoration. There could be multiple cases of clearing and grading of additional buffers for temporary silt ponds. The current element requires that the subsequent replanting comply with the buffer ordinance section 9C7, which requires a vegetation plan that includes a minimum of at least 2 native hardwood tree species planted at a density sufficient to provide 320 trees per acre at maturity, where a non-existent buffer is being restored. That's a quote. The new table mentions this Sedimentation Pollution Control Act only regarding the timing of replanting with no density standards. If the tree element standards for new trees were to apply with one canopy tree per 750 square feet, that would mean only 58 trees per acre instead of 320 trees per acre. That is approximately 1/5 the trees required by the current element. In fact, according to that section of the buffer ordinance, that low density of new trees could be so sparse that area would be eligible not merely for enhancement as a form of mitigation, but as restoration, as not qualifying as an adequate buffer at all. The text should be changed back for both these temporary uses to ensure the adequate density of replanting. You should also add Section 9C7 to the text of the amendment where other sections of the ordinance are cited as applying to additional buffers. Right now, it's not there. I have a handout with the changes in these two uses and the relevant portion of the buffer ordinance. DEQ can't object to measures that are more protective of water quality than the amendment, only those that are less protective. With more intense rainfall coming more often, intermittent streams could be an increased source of polluted runoff from lawns, streets, and parking lots. You should require some additional buffer for all intermittent streams in the larger remainder of Chatham Park, in addition to those for streams draining to the Hall. The settlement was between Chatham Park and DEQ, and between the town and DEQ. It's not a binding agreement between the town and Chatham Park regarding these amendments. I would also like to encourage you, if you feel you cannot add 50 feet, that Chatham Park said they were going to add to the whole buffer, then you need to make the wording in the tree element more binding regarding the vegetative setbacks in the tree element that is right now just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is J.C. Garbutt.
Good evening. My name is J.C. Garbutt. I'm at 595 Bookberry Lane, Pittsburgh. And I'm wanting to give a little sort of maybe broader overview of kind of our purpose and as a community and you as a board, and rather than kind of get into too much of the details. And of course, first I wanted to say thank you all for really carefully deliberating this open space element and the impact it's going to have on our community for many, many years. This is a very important decision, and we as citizens are really counting on the board to be wise and to represent our interests. So thank you, and I really think you think about that very carefully. I know you do. The intent of the open space element, as I've read it and as written and as agreed to by Chatham Park, is really to protect open space and lands that have special significance, including the natural heritage sites that occur in this large area. So I'm asking the board to carefully evaluate what are these natural heritage sites that are being protected in the current master plan to ensure that our most significant natural heritage sites are truly protected. Many of these sites were identified in the Southwest Shore Assessment. I think you all know about that, and I've read it, and which was commissioned by Chatham Park. But I found it essentially impossible from the current maps of Chatham Park to determine what natural heritage sites indeed have been protected. We need an updated map to really see the fit between the Southwest Shore Assessment and these really key heritage sites and what's happening in Chatham Park. And I can't find that. Maybe you guys have that, but I don't know. Why are we doing this? We need really to protect our remaining natural capital. You've heard me say this before. But for so many reasons, for water, for air, for wildlife, really for all of us, for this community. And we need a balance between development and our natural world. And we need to help Chatham Park be the 21st century development it purports to be.
Yeah.
Not just in a brochure, but on the ground. We need to ensure this. So again, I strongly urge the board to be bold and wise and require protection of these really significant natural heritage sites This opportunity is going to disappear. We need this, and we need you now. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have conducted the public hearing. Is there a motion to go out of public hearing? Motion by Bette Wilson Foley, seconded by Michael Fielko. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Is it the pleasure of the board to take these comments into consideration or go on to the next agenda item, which is citizens' comments?
Mayor, I have just, when we leave this topic, I have just one question maybe for Jeff. I understand the planning board approved this.
Yeah, I failed to mention that. They did recommend approval of this amendment.
Did they have any questions or comments? Because I didn't receive any, and I missed the planning board meeting. I apologize for that.
I don't think there was a lot of comments per se, because they understood that it was part of the agreement, and that staff and Chatham Park was relaying to the planning board that the changes were in the agreement, the proposed changes. So there really wasn't a whole lot of discussion as to the overall flavor of the proposed amendments.
I guess I'm kind of lost on this since we spent so much time on the tree element, and now we're back on open space. And I have not had time to read all this right here.
If I remember correctly, there is no public comment period during the planning board, so
That's right.
so they did not hear from
They did.
Okay.
I think staff definitely heard, and the applicant heard some things tonight that we can respond to in 2 weeks. That might give you some time to read the proposed amendments and for us to be able to respond to some of the things that was brought up tonight. That would be it. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff Jones. We'll move then to citizens' matters. So one person has signed up, and that is Diane Carroll.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak. So I had a few things I wanted to say about the tree protection element, the latest revisions that are before you. And the first one is, I believe you have asked to have the square footage for replanting of understory trees moved from the 2,000 square feet back to 1,000 square feet. I heard it twice on the May 12th meeting and then again on the May 28th meeting. And it's just, to me, that's a significant amount of trees. One per 2,000 square feet is just really a very, very little amount, even 1 per 1,000, but it's a nice complement to the canopy trees. And again, we're looking at 2 squares of tree coverage. When we do the math, if you translate that square footage back to acreage, if we add in those understory trees, we're still looking at about 100 trees per acre, which is not that many, but 80 trees per acre with the 2,000 square feet just seems ridiculously small. So I would just really hope that you put that in. I don't understand why it didn't end up back in the element after you'd asked for it. Of the 5 changes that were listed in the minutes that you asked for at the last meeting, certainly some of them seem to have been met for what you asked about purchasing the local trees and finding out about special assessment district funds. The timber harvesting, yes, it's been put into the text. Seems to be what you asked for, but I don't understand why there's all this new language about TCPA and how that's involved in the timber harvesting and then redevelopment decisions. So I don't quite understand what that language means that was added in. It doesn't seem to be what you asked for, but maybe there's a great explanation for it. And then on the this new Table 3, that's under the tree coverage standards, where you asked for something that would be more protective of the 2,000-foot buffer. This, 35% tree coverage in that 2,000 feet is, it's significant. You were looking at 20% before, so 35% is definitely quite a bit more. My math says that still that would be about 15% of what would be needed total if you've got a 300-foot buffer and 2,000 feet. So in that 300-foot buffer, there's still going to need to be more places for trees, for existing trees, if you're going to meet that 35%. So that's why I brought up earlier, a 700-foot buffer from the Haw River, it would take care of that 35%. So it's worth thinking about. Or maybe you want 500 feet from the Haw and use the other bit of, tree coverage left someplace else. These are big questions. You've been given a number. I heard you guys mention numbers as high as 40 to 60%, which would take up considerably more of that 2,000 feet. I think we get to 1,700 foot buffer if you just translated that 60%. So sorry to be throwing lots of numbers around, but that's what we're getting here. And then the TCPA, I'm still a little uncertain about what it means exactly, and the fact that you still don't know what size sections and village centers would be. There's just still that. Seems like it's still possible without knowing the size of these village centers and sections in a small area plan, that you could still end up with a too large section where trees are being averaged and not enough trees in some places. But it seems at least closer to what we've been looking at from the very from once the TCPA became part of the tree preservation. So it's this is kind of the last chance here to try to get some more trees in Chatham Park, and we've made a few changes that have contributed to more trees, but I would definitely try to get that 1,000 foot per square foot per understory, and then think about what this 2,000 foot buffer that was in your land use plan, how that actually could best be protected. And they've given you 35%. I'll leave it to you to talk about it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Shirley. Our next agenda item is the Commissioner and Manager update. And Brian Grisbeck, would you like to update us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be relatively brief. You have, I think, you may have received some invitations either in the mail or certainly I sent out an email last week about an upcoming meeting put on by North Carolina Department of Transportation to, present to the public the proposed widening project on 15501 or Hillsborough Street, which is about 1.5 miles of improvement from Lana Street to Powell Place, just north of the downtown. You might recall that the roadway will be widened with center turn lane. There'll be curb, gutter, sidewalk on the west side, and then a multi-use path proposed on the east side. There's going to be some intersection improvements on the collector roads and some improvements made to, the approach areas of those collector roads. And we're told construction is expected to begin in year 2021. Now you can get much more information than that and ask more questions from DOT officials in a couple of different ways. The officials, key stakeholders, are invited to a Q&A from 3 to 4 p.m. on the June 18th meeting date, and that's in Chatham Mills. The general public will be there and able to get information in kind of an open house, informal question and answer sort of format from 4 to 7, also at Chatham Mills. And I think I had also forwarded the plans or either links or actual copies of the plans to you in that email. So if you have any trouble opening those, or if you want printed, not necessarily full sets of plans, but printed copies, those are the plans that will be available at the meeting and open for discussion at that point as well. So I guess looking forward to maybe seeing a few of you there for that. The other thing I'd mention too about upcoming gatherings would be you're familiar with the activities, the PED, or pedestrian and bicycle plan, Jeff and some of his team has been working on along with DOT, and that is there's a walkabout scheduled for that is June 17th. I'll be meeting at the library at 4 p.m. and you may have received an e-vite for that in the mail as well. So if you need me to help you with any of that, or if you have any questions, let me know. But I think that's going to be kind of an interesting process. We'll actually be able to almost literally get down into the weeds. Well, maybe weeds are how we want to describe our streets and sidewalks, but I guess get down into the details of the walkability of our community. That's kind of what that process is designed for. And I know Jeff's had some meetings, had a meeting just this past week on it. I guess to kind of go up to speed on that, I don't have anything else to add.
No, we're continuing with the process. We had our second committee meeting last Thursday, and we went over existing conditions, things that we heard at public meetings and through surveys, and our consultants identified where we currently have sidewalks, where we currently have paths that aren't sort of known or known to some folks, and we're mapping those and going through what will happen on Monday. Is sort of teams of folks, 4 to 5, 6 people will go out and evaluate our streets and sidewalks and how easily or not easily you can get to from A to B, and then how that will score that route. Each team will, and then we'll come back and put that into a database to be able to help us identify projects that we can hopefully work on after the plan's done.
What time is it?
4. It'll be at 4. It'll start at 4, and it'll probably go till 6.
You say start at the library?
Yeah. Like Brian said, we can forward an e-invite to you if you didn't see that.
Very good. As far as other updates, it has been in the past a time for us to discuss meetings that we've been to, including the EDC, the fairground, PBA.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to add one question, if I may, to Mr. Grusbeck's update, specifically, and again, I apologize for interrupting, the 15501 Hillsborough Lighting Project. I'm wondering if staff might be able to reach out to the postmaster. I've heard concerns from 2 constituents about how that process will unfold for residents, their use of the post boxes, the mailboxes, whether or not the mailboxes will continue to be on one side of the road or both.
We'll talk to DOT and see if they have a contact.
That'd be great. Whether or not they've been invited to that officials meeting, perhaps.
I don't think the postmaster was, but that's something that we can have the consultants look at. Thank you. Yes.
So there are various organizations throughout the town that we either sit on or attend their meetings. I, for example, serve on the TARPO committee, which is the DOT committee that assesses road needs for the area. And I have expressed an interest in turning that over to someone, whether I serve currently as an alternate, but it is somewhat Pittsborough's turn to serve as the actual representative. There are representatives from each of the 3 incorporated towns, and so Siler City's representative currently is the actual voting representative, and I have been an alternate in attendance for the last year or a couple of years. Michael Fiocco has expressed an interest in DOT matters, and these meetings are during the day, once a month. Once a quarter, I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah. And I didn't know if there was anyone else on the board who might be interested in attending those meetings, or whether we want to deal with that as an agenda item next week. There's a meeting next week.
On Thursday.
Yeah. I could attend that, and then we could go forward with a different representative after that.
The meeting this week, Mayor.
Pardon?
The meeting's this week.
Oh, this
I don't want to lead you astray.
Okay. Is there a thought? Is there anyone else that's interested?
I'm intrigued with my interest in transportation, but I'm not in a position to give serious consideration at this moment. I think maybe in a week or two I would be maybe we can revisit it next week.
Let's do that then. Okay. One of the other things that we decided to do in a jovial moment was for each of the town commissioners and I to bring in our water bills so that we could assess our conservation temperatures, shall we say, our ability to, and I would like to simply announce that John Bonnet's household has come in. The bill was divided by the number of people in the household, and John Bonnet's receives the lowest amount, and our heartiest congratulations. We will not announce.
I thought he was saying he'd have the highest amount.
I thought he would. I thought he would.
Well, I do have two children and
Well,
four bodies,
all understood.
and an awful lot of clothes being washed. I will give all credit to the appliances that we have selected. And in that regard, the highest credit goes to my wife for having specified and purchased the appliances, because it's all about choosing the most energy or water efficient appliances.
I know we've been having trouble with our large meters registering. Perhaps we should.
Double check that meter. Please do 21 Fox Chapel.
Well, we will not be announcing the highest person in the group out of just general sympathy. So, who's second? You were. Yeah. And I was third. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any other reports from committees that people have attended? Main Street, Climate Change, Human Relations, Arts Council?
We have a meeting tomorrow.
I can mention that Summerfest is July 7th, so let's all remember that and attend. Happy to see some of the Circle utility relocates starting to begin, so that project is, I think, getting kicked off, which is great. As far as Main Street goes, we've got a lot of facade grant applications in. We are considering in Page Vernon Park posting a little library in that park. It would be really neat. And we're looking at perhaps gussying up the rain garden with similar treatment that we've got in Page Vernon Park with that retaining wall and the concrete cap. Maybe doing a similar treatment there. Kind of marry what we're doing at the north end of town, the center of town, neighborhood, south of town. So those things are ongoing.
One question, is there any report on the amount of money that was raised for the downtown event?
I think after all is said and done, it was in the neighborhood of $15,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you talk about it next week?
Absolutely.
The Chatham County Affordable Housing Task Force, or committee rather, will meet on Thursday, 13th at 7 o'clock, and that meeting will be held in Solid City Library. And it is a public meeting, and the public can certainly attend that. Also, I attended a Triangle J Council of Government meeting, and I'm going to pass out the information in terms of the budget and also the different programs that Triangle J has for their member government, and you all can read this at your leisure.
Very good.
I think we jumped in the middle of
Well, not necessarily in the middle, but if I have an opportunity, I will point out just that this summer, this summer, we're looking at, particularly after the July 4th, recall that the first meeting in July, or the first time we would meet in July, we do not traditionally meet that first meeting in July. So beginning with July 22nd, we're looking at having the Chatham Master Utility Plan discussed in detail. The following meeting would be an in-depth overview of the water supply and plant expansion plan from C&M Smith, the entire piece. And then August 26th, we'd be looking at the sewer asset management plan. So we may also consider, either in addition to or in lieu of, depending on how some of these discussions are progressing, trying to schedule some sort of utility workshop. We've traditionally done something along those lines during the summer as well, just as an opportunity to kind of check into what we're looking at in the immediate and long-term future as far as utilities goes. And that would most assuredly encompass those three pieces that you see there. So I guess that would be the only other thing that I wanted to point out as far as my update goes, is that this summer there will be presentations of the various plans that staff and consultants have been working on, and then also to some consideration given to having a utility workshop of some sort this summer. So, and with that, I'm certainly open to any comments, questions, or concerns with that. But otherwise, I'd tap out at this point.
Thank you. So that brings us next to old business. The first item being Chatham Park's additional element of tree protection. Jeff Jones will lead us in discussion.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. Tonight you have before you a new draft from Chatham Park on the tree protection element that addresses the 5 items that the board asked for Chatham Park to rewrite or add to the element. Also included in your packet was a memo prepared by Postland LLC for Chatham Park that addressed the question of the special assessment district. Staff has reviewed the 5 changes that was requested, and those seem to be in line with the discussion that the board has had over the last couple of meetings. Chatham Park is here and can answer any questions, and staff can answer any questions that you have. But that's it.
Well, I'm a bit like one of our public speakers with respect to not really understanding the additions that was made on page 10 and 11, which brought new verbiage to the tree plan. And it was added in the discussion there, but then a whole new section, a whole new sentence was added, and I
know this was a section that I think Commissioner Fiocco and Commissioner Colby may have worked on. Is that right? Yeah, I know that specifically that one item was, so they may have more information on this.
I need to elaborate on that. So
idea was that, of course, PCA can be achieved in two ways, three ways. One way is preserving enough existing trees to meet the percentage required. The other is to remove more trees than would otherwise be required by themselves and replant. Or there is the option to remove all the trees and replant. So what we wanted to do was establish a threshold below which would be considered a violation, since forestry doesn't have such a violation. And we chose the threshold at which the tree covered area would be required to be satisfied with all existing trees, no replanting. If you went below that, then you're in violation, and you have to wait the time frames provided. So that was the thinking. That is the thinking.
Although I believe I'm not in support of having A and B, like either 3-year or 5-year. I'd like to see it all 5-year, because I think all of it would be willful violation if they're not going by the town's regulations. Then it's a choice they're making, and I think they both should be considered willful violation, and it should be 5 years.
And I'm curious to hear Mr. Jones or Mr. Messick a reminder, what are current town regulations governing tree protection?
And as it relates to forestry management, or
protected under town regulations governing development from the tract of land. I mean, that refers in my mind to current tree protection. And I don't think we have any current tree protection.
If that's the question, we don't. Current.
Well, we do have
riparian buffer ordinances.
Sections.
Yeah.
So this would only...
Currently, that would address that. Could we get something else?
Until town finishes our UDO, this would only protect buffers from commercial dirt beds, from harvest.
This would not protect any property outside of Chatham Park.
Well, we've often been reminded Chatham Park will be town, so that's what we're talking
Well,
about.
the area of Chatham Park that you're dealing with in this element does not apply. All these elements apply only to Chatham Park.
Understood.
So it would be, if you're interested in the same kind of protection elsewhere, then it needs to be in the UDO or an amendment to the zoning rules.
I think the point I'm trying to make is that we don't have any current tree protections, and so this clause makes this a hollow statement.
That is
hollow policy.
That's why we added the minimum percentages of existing trees. And so that if there were forestry activities done that didn't come close to a stream that would otherwise be protected by the riparian buffers, it would be subject to this.
And in addition, this will become a town regulating development. It only applies in Chatham Park, but it is a town regulation that fits within that definition there.
Well, but you're defining the, I'm used to reading very obtuse language from time to time, but the fact that it is stated as to number 4 and then goes down, and then in the last, in the additional part, it says, for the purposes of this paragraph, trees that were protected under the town of Pittsboro regulations are existing trees. Well, I don't think the town had any regulations about tree protection. And therefore, it seems like a hollow reflection.
Then this would suggest that all trees in Chatham Park are protected. It says the regulation is hereby all trees. I think maybe reference here is town, and we're thinking outside of Chatham Park, and not Chatham Park as part of the town, when we're reading this, because these ordinances, these elements are town regulations. I think that's where we're going with that. We have to look at it as...
And as it says in here, for purposes of this paragraph, number 4, within quotes it says, trees that were protected under town regulations, close quote, are existing trees, which is a term of art that is defined in the element as to what is an existing tree. So, I mean, that sentence answers the very question that you all are raising, that even if there are no other town regulations, then for purposes of this element, it's existing trees, as defined in this element.
And the other issue that wanted to just come on public record is that my understanding that timber companies are not held to the same stream buffers that other kinds of development have. So that, how did you figure this, Michael, like 30, 25 feet?
Yes. Down from the center line of the stream is 25 feet left and right.
So the question became, will the timber companies be held to, can we require that the timber companies be held to the stricter stream ordinance, the larger stream ordinance that we have as opposed to what the state permits? And I believe that's a question to you.
You have no jurisdiction over a logger who employs the owner to cut the trees. Now, again, I'm not sure that we're in agreement here, but if the logger is following best management practices, which the forestry program requires, then stream management zones are part of the best management practice. Now, if they violate the stream management zones, then there are consequences to the owner, if it happens to be Chatham Park, under this element. And the consequences are the 5-year prohibition. But I don't think you have any regulation over forestry management activities by a third party. This regulates the use of the land by Chatham Park. And if they hire somebody who violates those rules, then Chatham Park suffers the consequences.
But my question is, if the town of Pittsburgh has a higher stream buffer than what the timber companies are held to by the state.
And you'll have 100 feet.
So we can do that. We can say they have to abide by town regulations.
No, you can say that there are consequences for violating the stream buffer rules.
Exactly, but that's the same thing to me as being held to. There are going to be consequences if they don't.
During the forestry action, as long as they're under a forestry plan, they could impact them.
Right.
If they come in with development, then they are subject to it.
So you're saying forestry doesn't have, they can use what the state.
There are certain criteria. They're exempt of other regulations that follow forestry regulations, is my understanding.
Unless something changes, the county is not going to go out and inspect timber harvesting activities. But if timber harvesting activities violate your rules, then there will be consequences to the applicant for a permit.
So I'm still not clear. Can we make it a rule to have higher stream buffers than what the timber company?
You do already. You're doing this.
Yeah, I think by adopting an element like this, or stream buffers in open space, it would behoove the property owner to come to the town to file a forest management plan that we would get to review and say, yep, it looks good. This meets. If they don't, and we find out that they've impacted one of these buffers, then you all can say no to the development there for 5 years. We'll propose 5 years. That would be willful.
So do we need to say in number 4? Do we need to repeat what the stream buffers are for this?
Oh, I don't think so.
I just want to make sure that we're.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner Wilson-Foley, I think, just to be, maybe this is totally clear, but if the landowner chooses forestry management, then under state forestry management law and best management practices, they can cut up to 25 feet of a blue line stream. However, that will change their prospects for development of that land. But we don't have any ability to govern or influence a forest management practice
Very good. Are there other questions about this or any of the five?
The only other question I had about that piece was whether or not we need to include language for future boards that strongly oppose this practice of logging. But I guess they're having the 5-year piece there with them.
The applicant has provided a new attachment 1 that we'd like to pass out. I think there was some cleanup things.
Excuse me, Ken Eagle, Chatham Park. There, we noticed that we hadn't put the label attachment 1 at the top of this sheet, and also we had on here at the legend the letters NTS, which means not to scale, and we spelled that out so that it's clear this is not a scaled drawing. We also noticed a couple of little areas between some of the dark green and lot lines that were white. They just didn't get filled in, so we filled those in so that there weren't these little gaps between the lot lines and these dark green areas. So that's what this is. It's just labeled. You see, you probably can't just tell the difference other than the label.
I did change the acreage just a little bit on 2 of the sections. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It's hard to hear when you're.
I know, that's why we always try to get people to speak out. It just appears to me that there is a change of acreage in one of these sections.
Which one? I just had
It's 11 to 11.1 acres.
No, this one down here is a small rectangular block. It's 0.7 on yours, and it was 0.8.
Oh, goes up and down.
Oh, okay, yes. One of the things is we squared off a couple of the little corners that went down to a point, so to make it more consistent with the dimensional requirements for PCA areas that are stated in the element. And yes, you're right, I'm sorry, I didn't point that out, but yes, those little corners like that you might see squared off that formerly went down to a point. Again, this is just an illustrative drawing. It's not meant to be to scale or to be completely precise, but it does illustrate the point.
And, Mr. Eagle, can you tell us where in the document this is referred to, or is it merely an
Yes,
assessment?
certainly. Just a second. I believe Mr. Bonnet has referred to in example 1.
Page 5 of the markups, yeah.
Is that correct? Jim?
Yeah, page 5 of the markup, example 1. It's folded there.
I was good for that. It's at the end of example 1. In bold type.
Well, it's interesting. It's not reassuring to me. I did some quick math on the prior numbers, which are not appreciably different from the new numbers, and it looks to me as though those sections that are, those tree coverage areas that were, to my uneducated eye, obviously stream buffers, and correct me if I'm wrong, comes to 14.8 acres. And that's 73%, more than 73% of the total tree coverage area for this illustration. So there again, that's my concern, is that the buffer area that's required to be protected by various laws is the concentration of tree cover. %. 73%.
I'm not following.
So we've got a section that's 2 acres, another section that's 11, okay, 11.1 acres, another section that's on the bottom right corner, 1.8 acres. Those are pretty obviously stream buffer areas. And that's 73% of the total TCA for that example. So why is this important? These are bottomlands. Those are important bottom, probably hardwoods, mixed hardwoods. Those are important ecosystems on their own. There might be some of those throughout the various properties of Chatham Park investors that overlap somewhat with these unique and important natural areas that the conservation partners should recognize. There are also important ecosystems and natural areas that are on uplands, that are on the ridges, that are on the areas between the ridges and the bottomlands. And I'm not an ecologist, but there was an effort made to recognize those properties, or those natural areas. And I appreciate so many of the speakers who pointed out that we're not doing anything intentionally to encourage those areas to be set aside as significant natural area, which is tree coverage area. That's regrettable. I think it's something that we can fix.
How would you propose to fix it?
Ask Chatham Park investors to fix that. I mean, these are not new topics, not new subjects. We've been talking about that for a while. People have commented in writing, have commented verbally. And I'm still, honestly, I appreciate Commissioner Fiocco and Commissioner Wilson-Foley's efforts on that language regarding discouragement from forest management practices, but it's still confusing to me. And Mayor Perry, I respect your legal comprehension, and it's confusing to you too. That's worrisome.
Are there further questions or comments about how we can address either some of the other changes or just paragraph 4 on page 10? Which seems,
I think we should just go through each of the 5 issues.
okay.
Well, that takes us a little bit because they stick to them.
The first one was in the purpose, on page 1, the purpose section, section 1.12, which would change the word encourage to require. owners and developers of property in Chatham Park to consider acquiring new trees and other plant material from nurseries and landscape supply businesses in Chatham County, subject to availability and competitive prices. Does that edit reflect what it was that we wished to do?
Could I add one other thing, Mayor?
Well, we also asked that
Mr. Bonnet's also requested that language be added in section 6, number 5,
Right.
with respect to the same thing, which has been done.
Right.
Thank you.
And that's on page 7, about halfway down.
Up the red line.
Yes. Yellow line.
And it's also, programs change it.
All right, so that's number 1. Number 2, as I recall, was the footnote at the bottom of page 3, which was asked to be incorporated into the text of the element. So the entire footnote was removed and was inserted on page 10.
That's correct. With the wording that Messick and Jericho and I assume Ms. Foley were involved in.
And I brought the issue that rather there being a 3 or 5 years, I would like to see just 5 years.
And I think we can accomplish that just striking some of the words without changing anything else, but just striking. And it would be on the second line, striking the word either, and then from there striking up to colon A in parentheses 3 years after the completion of the timber harvest, and the harvest results in the removal of all or substantially all of the trees that were protected under town regulations governing development from the tract of land for which the permit or approval is sought. Or B parentheses. We strike all that, then it reads that it shall be 5 years.
So why do we need a D?
We don't, I just struck it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said work or
Yeah.
Keep.
Basically,
instead of work, the word of.
Okay.
it would just be 5 years. Yeah. But we're striking oral.
Okay.
Yep. Then we would have as, it's a 5-year penalty. Automatically. Require staff to interpret that as a violation.
But then don't we need to strike and the harvest was in willful violation of the town regulations?
That's under 5 years, isn't it?
It would be considered a willful violation because they're not complying with it.
Yeah, and we defined what willful is, and that's going below the percentage.
Okay. I saw that as a condition that would have to be found in my reading of it. That it would be a 5-year refusal to develop if they removed all or substantially all of the trees.
So just take out willful violation if that doesn't apply to their element of
Well, I don't think willful means disapprove. I think when a site plan is submitted, there is the requirement for tree analysis, and Jeff will have known that the property's been logged, and you will take a look at the map and see if the percentage is there.
Can we take out willful and just say violation?
Well, I would say to show that it was a violation, one would say that all of that would constitute a willful violation.
Yeah. Because otherwise, the way it's worded, it sounds like that they would have to prove, like the town would have to prove that it was willful.
Weigh in on that?
Yes, after the word sought, put a comma,
Yeah.
delete, and the harvest was, and it will say, which the permit or approval is sought, a willful violation of the town regulations.
Okay. constitute which actions constitute a willful violation. Okay.
That would be fine too.
Yeah, I think that would be more clear.
Yes.
Okay, which would constitute, instead of "and the harvest was," you would simply have that comma after the word "sought," and then which would constitute a willful violation.
Okay.
Okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
I just knew you could just take out, why do you have to say that, but.
Harvest.
Yeah. Which would constitute a willful violation of the regulation. In other words, you wouldn't have to prove that it was, and there wouldn't be a burden of proof on either party.
So part of the other language you found is confusing, how can we clarify that?
Pardon?
Well,
Or the rest of it?
Removing one big clause is
Taken out of
helpful.
line.
Yeah, so to repeat it, to be, so that I'm clear on this, we're removing after colon, A, 3 years, etc., all the way through B.
Yep. And also the word either proceeding up to, and that's sentence.
Okay.
Was there anything that the board wishes to do with the sentence for the purposes of this paragraph? Was that part of it? Was that part of the goal? Of this paragraph, quote, "trees that were protected under town regulations," close quote, "are existing trees." And quote, "removal of all or substantially all of the trees," end quote, "is removal of existing trees that result in existing trees remaining on individual development site or within a TCPA for which a zoning compliance permit, building permit, or approval of site plan or subdivision is requested, being less than the percentage of the individual development site or TCPA required to satisfy the TCPA requirements of this TCA requirement of this element solely with existing trees." Now, can you tell me that in English?
No.
Okay.
If you apply for a zoning compliance permit, a building permit, you ask for approval of a site plan or a subdivision plan, and you show plans that have less than the required minimum percentage of existing trees identified as TCA, you're in violation. And it will not be accepted.
Well, I can understand that.
How can it be worded so that there's no question about what the intent is?
Well, I think it's pretty solid. Because there's only really 4 types of permits that you ask for. It's a zoning compliance permit, it's a building permit, or site plan or subdivision plan approval. Included all 4 of those.
Is anybody else still struggling? Since you were the crafter, as I remember, the burden lies upon the drafter. So, is there a way to break it up, Paul Messick?
I'm not sure what you mean by breaking it up. I mean, as Mr. Fielko said, there are 4 different possible scenarios where a permit or approval is involved. And those are listed here. So
Yeah.
what is it that, and they're treated differently because they're different kinds of creatures.
Well, when I asked to encapsulate it for me. He said, when building compliance or approval goes up, is less than, I mean,
when we said break it up, what I was thinking is where it says, or subdivision is being requested, and maybe you could say which it will be less than a percentage of, stop it right there and say that part will be less than a percentage of the individual development cycle TCPA required. TCPA required to satisfy the TC. See, that's what I mean. It goes on and on. That's what I was thinking. Maybe we could break it up so it can read easier.
Well, in the first place, I mean, you don't currently issue building permits at all. I mean, this is prospective and thinking that perhaps one day you will have an inspections department and you'll actually issue building permits. So that's in there, and you don't really do that. You do issue the zoning compliance thing for zoning purposes, which then is taken to the county, and the building permit is issued based upon the compliance permit. Site plans and subdivisions, come before you, and they're completely different kinds of creatures. And if there is a TCA required for those, and depending on what it is and how big it is, there could be different. So those are all the types of approvals and actions that you are going to be requested to take on different phases or different types of projects that would be coming before you.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I was saying was, can't you just put a period there where it says plan of subdivisions is being requested, and say these items less than a percentage, or the four stated items being less than a percentage of the individual development sites where TCPA required. That's what I was saying.
May I make a suggestion?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Starting with for the purposes of this paragraph. Let's put a colon there. Let's make the first part A, that is, talking about the trees that are protected, are existing trees. So that's one concept. Let's put a semicolon after existing trees, and then say B, removal of all or substantially all the trees is removal of existing trees that results in existing trees remaining on individual site or site within TCPA. And I would strike the second line completely, because that we're already talking about that in the beginning of the paragraph. We're already talking about the building permit, the site plan, the subdivision plan, and that makes the sentence a lot longer. And if you delete the second line and down to the word requested on the third line, then it makes it a little bit easier to understand. We've already, as I said, we've already established that what we're talking about is the town refusing to issue those types of permits, zoning compliance, building permit, subdivision plan, or site plan. So I don't really think it's necessary to repeat that at the top of the next page. So that shortens the sentence considerably, and I think maybe makes it a little easier to read and understand.
Where does B start?
B would start before removal of all or substantially all. So we just split that up so that it's, the first concept is trees that are protected are existing trees, which is a defined term, as Mr. Messick has pointed out. And B is that removal of all or substantially all of the trees. We're now defining that. Means you're removing more trees, the trees you remove are such that the remaining existing trees would not satisfy the element solely with existing trees. In other words, if you take that sheet that the attachment 1, if you took that, if the existing trees on that, if you did a timber harvest and the existing trees on that were 15% instead of 20%, then you violate this, because you would not have left enough existing trees to meet the 20% requirement for a residential subdivision. So that would kick in the penalty. If you had 20% or more, then you would meet it with existing trees.
Jeff, you're going to have to
Oh, yeah.
enforce this.
I was with Ken, I was thinking how he was saying, I'm missing the chart, because the chart is where I'm going to go back to and say, oh, in this area, this zoning.
Look at the middle column.
Yeah, you're supposed to have 20% trees to satisfy this chart for existing trees. And if you got it, okay, you didn't violate this part of the ordinance. If you've got 19%, you got a problem. Yeah. Ken, do we need to reference the chart? Meaning, table 1, table 2, table 3, I don't know.
You certainly can, it's just going to add more to the
It
sentence.
will,
I
it will.
think it's pretty clear what we're talking
We know
about.
that's where the requirements are.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
It is. That's
Right.
You think it's as stated in table.
Well, it ends by saying less than the percentage required to satisfy the element. The percentages are set out in that table.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good either way. I was just.
Could we do a parens of this element? Tables 1, 2, and 3.
Well, it's in the third line already.
It's in the third line already. Which third line?
Old third line or new third line?
New third line.
On page 11?
Yes, the new third, excuse me, you took out the second one, so. The one that begins to satisfy the TCA requirements of this element solely with existing trees, period.
I mean, I think that.
Okay.
Okay, all right, okay. And then the last sentence, provided, however, with the approval of the Board of Commissioners, those timeframes can be waived or reduced. I do think it's more beautiful. Does the board approve? Okay. So
I
that's,
understand exactly which words we're striking on page 11.
I had suggested we strike the entire second line and the word requested on the third line.
Sentence, clause starting for which a zoning applies.
Yes. No, that was already.
Yes.
okay. To recap this, section 4 will now read, the town shall, little I, refuse to issue a zoning compliance permit, two little i's, deny a building permit, comma, and 3 little i's, refuse to approve a site plan or subdivision plan for 5 years.
Or a period of 5 years.
Okay. Okay, so you take out the either, and you keep in for a period of. Strike all the rest of that down to the word 5 and the parens number 5. Years after the completion of the timber harvest, if the harvest results in the removal of all or substantially all of the trees that were protected under town regulations governing development from the tract of land for which the permit or approval is sought, comma, which would constitute a willful violation of the town regulations.
I think we should strike the word willful. It all gets to do with state violation. And I have a question, just before we go any further. When it talks about after the completion of a timber harvest, if the harvest results in removal of all or substantially all, that implies it wouldn't happen if they just go over a little bit. So, but if the word is substantial, so how do you define substantial?
You might be right if we defined it, starting at the bottom of the page. That's what we've just spent the last few minutes doing. That's where it's defined as to what constitutes all or substantially all. The reason those words are still in there, Commissioner Foley, is that's because of the way the state statute reads. And so what this did, rather than leave it open to interpretation as to what the state statute means, this specifically defines what it means for the purposes of this element, which means reducing the existing trees below the threshold level.
Okay, because it doesn't define it to me, so if not knowing the state codes, it doesn't appear to me, it just repeats.
Well, it incorporates the TCA requirements.
Okay. Just want to make sure we get it right.
And Paul, my recollection when talking about the word willful was the statute specifically references willful when it talks about 5 years.
Yes. Right.
And therefore, it was better to leave it in and emulate the statutes as opposed to changing that aspect of it.
Okay. So even if it's 30 years, the statute could change.
I know. Right. But the fact that we're saying that if you do this, it constitutes a willful.
I agree. I'm trying to get rid of unnecessary words that didn't seem necessary. But.
And then continuing then, for the purposes of this paragraph,
Colon.
A, trees that were protected under town regulations, that's in quotes, are existing trees, semicolon. And B, removal of all or substantially all the trees, end quote, is removal of existing trees that results in existing trees remaining on an individual development site or within a TCPA being less than the percentage of the individual development site or TCPA required to satisfy the TCA requirements of this element solely with existing trees. Provided, however, with the approval of the Board of Commissioners, the foregoing time periods for refusing to issue a zoning compliance permit or denying a building permit or refusing to approve a site plan or subdivision plan may be reduced or waived. Is that what the board satisfied with that?
Does the board feel that that language is strong enough that makes it clear that the board, to me, you wouldn't want to reduce or waive it unless there was really a big cost for it.
It would be up to the board because the staff would deny, and then the applicant would have to appeal to the board.
Thoughts? That is number 3. People are satisfied with 2. Number 3 is on page 5 at the top. Specific tree coverage standard for land within 2,000 feet of the Haw River. Existing trees shall be retained on not less than 35% of the land in Chatham Park that is within 2,000 feet of the top of the bank of Haw River, period. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary herein, existing trees that satisfy this requirement may be located in a vegetative setback area not less than 50 feet wide on lots that adjoin 30-foot, 300-foot Haw River riparian buffer in section 1.1 on the master plan.
So it was my understanding that we made a request to have this added to the chart, the table. And we've come up with a whole different number, 35%, which I think we were looking for TCA numbers. So it's hard to get a sense of whether that my understanding that that extra 50 feet was going to be added. It was talked about at several meetings. Is that something that Chatham Park is willing to do, just to consider it
This
part
does
of the
that.
buffer?
This does that. We
Well,
never.
it sounds like it would still be private property.
It is. We never talked about it being a buffer. We've always talked about it being a vegetative setback.
I understand that. So how will that be communicated to the landowners?
It's in this element.
And what
It's
happens
a
if
town
they violate
regulation
that?
when the element's adopted, just like any other town regulation that applies to land inside or outside of Chatham Park.
So what's the process if they violate that?
Is it recorded in the plat?
They could, you're encumbering the lot.
Well, these regulations govern it. The penalty would be like any zoning violation penalty, I assume. I'll defer to Mr. Messick on that. I'm not.
But I would think if there's a vegetative setback, you're going to show it on the plat. So,
Well, we can. We could add that we'll show it on the recorded plat of the lots.
I think that would be good.
I think it would be.
So what happens? Who enforces that if there's a violation? Who is up to?
The town.
The town. And so how would that be monitored? Is there like a?
I'm sure it'll be homeowners calling us when somebody's taking trees down, and we'll have to go out.
Take his take measure and go out there.
And it'll just have to be on a case-by-case basis.
And once the trail system's in place, too, there are a lot more eyes on this.
I just don't want to see what happens on the Hall River near Saxon. There's so many people who, there's a stream buffer, river buffer on the Hall, and yet they're all the way to the river. If you go there when it's raining, it's just stuff spilling into probably all kinds of fertilizer. I just don't want to see that happen.
Could I read a sentence that I would propose to add to satisfy your question there? The vegetative setback will be shown on the recorded plat, parentheses, S, closed paren, of the lot, of these lots. Because these lots that adjoin, there could be more than one plat, that's why I said plat. An S and parentheses.
Mr. Messick, your opinion of that? Do you think that article is
that's as much as you can do.
I think those suggestions are good, and what did we decide about 35%? Is that where we want to be?
A lot more than 20.
I was hoping to see like 50. At first I was expecting a number consistent with the other forms of measurement in the chart. So it's a little hard to compare 35% of the land versus TCA 2023, because the rest of it's percentage.
Well, there's a reason that we didn't do it that way. It didn't lend itself to that. And we were just talking about existing trees here. We weren't talking about if it were 30%, then you plant to get it to a higher percentage. So we understood that your main concern was existing trees, and that's why we did it, proposed to do it this way, and did not try to include it in the table. We just couldn't quite come to a way to do that in a table.
I'd like to see that number higher than 35. I'd like to see at least 40.
I support that.
Well, the reason we're at this number is because we weren't allowed to include town land that's within this 2,000 feet. And we didn't want to encumber your land. So I think the percentage will be closer to that when you start talking about what you're going to do with your land within 2,000 feet. If you're following your same thought process here.
Help me understand that again. Can you go to
The master plan includes the parkland that's within 2,000 feet of the river. That's your land. As we talked about, I think it was in certainly in other elements, I think it was open space, but no, it was in public facilities. You didn't want us to put any sort of
Wait, showing all the parkland.
35%, does that include the federal land?
No.
She's on our property. Or within child park.
But excludes
But
the area
excludes the town.
designated
Right.
as parkland.
Oh,
Right.
so it's your parkland?
No, it's your parkland.
Well,
Not state park.
No, it's your park.
Not state parkland.
okay, very good.
Land designated to be dedicated to the town.
So you've heard the request for 35 to be 40?
Question that, doesn't have to be recorded.
Thoughts by the board?
The fact that it excludes the acreage included for parkland, I don't know what that acreage would be within 2,000 feet. but it's substantial.
Well, I think if we were going to add to it, it would probably be increased stream buffer that feeds into the pond, which, you know, you want that across the whole pond, not just.
Well, I mean, what the town decides to do with the land.
Well, no, I'm talking about the 35% number being a little higher. That could be added to by just increasing the stream buffers by a little bit.
So we've got a 350-foot buffer at this point, 1,000-foot buffer.
Right. So you could go a little higher. Not that much, you think about what they're proposing with the understory trees, you know, 2,000 feet. So 350 seems really small if you look at those kind of numbers.
So we think those are substantial buffers, number one. Number two, if you recall, there's enhanced stormwater requirements within 2,000 feet of Haw River. The master plan has more restrictive density requirements within 2,000 feet of Haw River. I believe it's 2, isn't it, Chuck? Yeah. So we've done a number of things that will result in more trees. And we do feel like that this is substantial and adequate.
Is it 35%, does it include street trees and those kinds of things?
No.
Okay, so you're talking, see, that to me, that's the part I'm talking about.
Those are going to be planted trees, not existing
Right.
trees.
And they don't qualify as TCA.
They don't qualify,
No, I know they don't qualify as TCA, but
and they're not
when you're
existing
using a
trees.
number of 35%, it's different than TCA, so I wasn't sure.
It's a conservative look at TCA because it's only existing trees as opposed to all the other standards that would be proposed.
Further board discussion on the issue of 35 or 40?
I'm comfortable with 35.
Is it a matter we need to vote on? And if so, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve at 35.
Michael Fiocco moved. Second. Seconded by Pamela Baldwin. Further discussion? Those in favor of Michael's and Pamela's motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. All right.
Is the last item on our list TCPA definition?
I have
Three.
Yeah, I had 3 down as the SAD analysis. We've all received. I read it. Yeah, understand it. Okay. So yeah, the 5th item was TCPA may not be larger than any section or village center in a small area.
Page 2, the definitions. This is definition number 5. Tree coverage planting area.
believe that that is the language that we discussed at the last meeting, that Mr. Bonnet's indicated he was satisfied.
It is, very much, and I really appreciate the agreement from the prior meeting, and Mr. Eagle and Mr. Smith, your engagement, willingness to put forward such succinct language. After thinking about it further, my concern is that the difference between this and what I had suggested is that this does not peg to a current document. What I'd like to see is not in a small area plan, but in the small area plan draft that was previously submitted and is on our website.
Well, Mr. Bonnet, that may change before it's approved, and then we have something that relates to a document that doesn't exist, just like you said to start with.
That document is in our repository. It is a public document. It is on the record. It will not be the small area plan, I imagine, that will be approved, but it could be referred to as the draft small area plan dated whatever that date was. I think it was 2016 that was submitted.
Well, here's a problem with that, if I could elaborate on that. If this said that it would not be any larger than a section of village center shown on a draft plan, and the village center, for whatever reason, was 1 acre more than it is on the draft plan, then it would violate this, because the TCPA would be larger, the village center would be larger. And so, because you're calculating based on acreage.
Do you expect that any of those village centers are going to be larger than the draft small area plan that was submitted?
Well, I don't necessarily expect that, but you know, it's not a final plan, and it hasn't been discussed by this board. It hasn't been reviewed at all that I know of by this board. So there could, as frequently happens with a lot of what we've done in the last 3 years, there've been a lot of changes between the original draft and the final version that's approved. So I'm not sure why that's a concern.
That's a concern because it's undefined.
Well, I hope it will be defined soon when the board takes up the small area plan.
And it's a concern because we want to make sure that the areas are not thousands of acres.
Well, let me say one other thing. The board is going to have to approve plans that have TCPA on them. And if we were rash enough to come in with a plan for 3,000 acres, you would say no. I mean, you're in control of that, not us. We propose a development plan, but the board has to approve the development plan. It's not, we're proposing a small area plan. You haven't approved it. So, you know, the board remains in control of plan approvals.
What language do you need in there to feel comfortable with it?
I'd like to peg it to some document that is already in existence, acknowledging that it is a draft, but that it is a public document that has been published with a date. And there is a draft small area plan on our website. And the sizes of the sections and village centers in that small area plan are known.
I would say they're proposed.
And really, small area plan is to be judged on its conformance with the additional elements in master plan.
Correct.
So it has to adhere to this, and everything, when it was submitted in whenever, all the elements were not approved.
Could it be helpful to put a comma after small area plan, not to exceed, and then give a number of acres?
I don't think we can do that. We don't know at this point in time. I mean, we're talking about the entire Chatham Park development, not just the North Village,
Oh,
what's been
I know.
submitted on that plan.
I understand.
So we would not want to do that. I mean,
Because you're saying it wouldn't happen, so why? seems like it would.
I'm saying we don't know what the sizes of things are going to be, or what, the board may be inclined to approve or not approve. Again, this board has to approve it. If you think it's too big, you're not going to approve it.
Well, my only worry is that as we go through the thing, sometimes we don't understand all the repercussions, and this matter is so complex.
This
that-
matter is very straightforward and simple. This matter right here, this is one item, Mayor, and we did in good faith exactly what Commissioner Bonnet's requested. Exactly. And Commissioner Bonnet said he was happy with that 2 weeks ago.
Did you change the language of the
I
proposal?
was.
Yeah,
And we're trying to draft and refine very complex language on the fly here, basically.
Now,
I'm
this
very
is
uncomfortable with
a
that
very
process.
simple sentence.
It is a
Not
very simple
complex at
sentence
all.
which leaves it completely undefined.
Well, I disagree with your interpretation of it.
How is there any spatial definition there? How can I be assured that it's not going to exceed 1,000 acres?
Right now, there are sections that are shown, right now, all we have are sections that are shown in the master plan. Because you haven't approved the small area plan. Yes. So those are the sections right now, until such time as you approve the small area plan. So there are spatial definitions based on the small area plan. On the master plan.
There we go. Change a small area plan to the master plan.
Well, no, Mr. Bonnet, I don't agree with that, because then the small area plan will come in and get approved, and it's different from the master plan.
Well, that's fine.
A small area, if this says the master plan, then it's the master plan, and that's not what, there's no village center on the master
Right, the
plan.
master plan doesn't define areas of the village, and that would be within the small area.
You have your limitations right now on the master plan, based on the sections. This says a section or village center, so the sections are on there. And the small area plan, to the extent that it changes it, the sections will be the sections on the small area plan and a village center, if the board approves the small area plan for North Village.
In fact, that's one of the reasons the small area plan requirement exists, is because we had the sections, and we said you're going to have to define it better than that.
We're going from 100,000 feet down to 50,000 feet or less, and then get into individual development plans to get down to the ground level.
And the master plan made reference to these sections in general densities of residential and commercial. It identified these things called activity centers, and I think the village centers are within the activity centers. And the language also says that the sections may change from what is shown on the master plan. And with that dynamic environment, we said, well, then you're going to give us a small area plan so that we have a better idea of what it is when you get down to really thinking about how the land is going to be used. And then from the small area plan, which has to adhere to all of the elements, then you go into site plans and subdivision plans and all the other plans, and just keep getting more granular.
What about this response? Based on conversations we had 2 weeks ago, we've been talking, we got a number of things now. One of the reasons the small area plan is outdated is because through the course of these couple of years, we've got a number of things that we need to include in the small area plan that we did not include originally.
Chuck, can I ask you to step to the podium just so folks
So
can
y'all
back
hear
you?
me well, aren't you?
That's right.
Thank
Approach
you.
from the back. Thank you.
We've got based on agreements we've come to over the last couple of years on other elements in addition to this. We've talked about adding plans that show the subbasins associated with the stormwater requirements. We've talked about where bike lane
plans and things like that within the roads, outside, beside the roads. And we're going to have graphics in there that we did not have originally because these issues weren't contemplated at that time. We could, with the submittal of a small area plan, include a conceptual breakdown of TCPAs within that small area plan and show you every one of them in advance and show you then that they would not be larger than the section. They would be subsets of the sections, or at most the section, or the village center itself. And then you would get the definition of what that area is at that time, and again approve it or not.
I would appreciate to look forward to that.
Is that consistent with your?
It is consistent, and I really appreciate the spirit of the suggestion, Chuck. It doesn't change the fact that this is essentially an undefined volume of acreage. Still, the TCPA is not constrained, but it's to be constrained in future technology. But
well, it's already constrained with what was just said with the master plan. So there's already a constraint by the acres assigned to sections in the master plan. So you know that that's the maximum.
Well, I don't think so, because I think Mr. Eagle just rejected the idea of actually stating that TCPA shall be, no single TCPA shall be larger than any section identified in the master plan.
He didn't reject that because we included that language in here.
Didn't reject the section. I said the master plan.
The village center was what he was talking about because that hasn't been.
We don't have a village center on the master plan, and the section boundaries can change from what's on the master plan. Right now, those are the sections because that's all we have. That's what I said.
I stated the problem. I think what we're talking about is just going in circles because the problem still exists. This doesn't, at this moment in time, put a constraint on the size of the TCPA.
We need to find a creative way to reflect what our concern is, and our concern flows from the idea that initially we were going to receive 22 or 24 small area plans, and now we have received one plan for the North Village, which encompasses 10 or 11 previous small areas, plans, sections. So from my thinking, there needs to be some sort of reassurance that, and you indicated last time, Chuck, that some sections will even perhaps be 3 or 4 TCPAs.
Absolutely.
And so creative minds we need to be able to come up with a way that doesn't violate the minor flexibilities that Ken Eagle is talking about. But we also need to have something that is a public record, and we don't have that right now. We'd also talked about not only making sure that those plans those sections were not just absolutely huge, and there is a very huge section in the southern village area, but also we were talking about tying them to uses, because the TCPA is going to differ in a residential area than it would be in a commercial or...
It won't exist in a commercial area other than the village.
Well,
so.
okay.
But yeah, I mean, you're right, though. I mean, I agree with you.
But use does have a factor in there, too.
Absolutely.
And that was why...
Could we do this? Could I suggest this?
Okay.
Back to Mr. Bonnett's original thought. That with the small area plan we have submitted, that we say we won't give us a 10% variance just because of things that have changed since we submitted that, but we would stay within 10%. No TCPA would be larger than the sections identified in that small area.
There's no other basis. I think that's reasonable.
You're proposing this, not me.
Well, I mean,
I'm not going to comment besides.
Robbie?
I've been living with this revised small area plan enough during this time as well to a little bit. I like the way you put that.
Well, all right, maybe not complimentary way to describe it.
That's okay.
You know it in and out.
Well, that's probably what I deserve.
Jeff, any thoughts from you?
I am concerned about holding on to a document that's not been approved forever and ever, and making sure that that has to live for eternity. And you all have the ability to approve in the future the small area plan, whatever that looks like, and you can reject it as well if any section is too large, or any parameters of that village center or section is too large. I know it's an undefined situation now, but you have the ability to define it through the small area plan approval. And that ties into something that's actually approved. So you're not deferring any, I mean, you're deferring action or the ability to sign it, but you have that ability to sign it later. Nobody's ever questioning that you don't have that ability.
The goal is to make sure there's trees in the area that the concern seems to be there.
And I think Chuck has said that he is going to show you on the small area plan proposed CCPAs. You have the ability to say, no, we don't like that. That's too large. Chuck, you need to break that up. That's where you're going to see them. And I think, irregardless of what's approved tonight, they're going to do that anyway. I just have a fear of holding on to a document that's never been approved.
Fair enough.
So there's one page that was not listed on the 5 items. I just assumed we didn't need to list it because it was so simple to change that one number. And then I was surprised to see that that was still 2,000. You know what I'm talking about, page 7.
We explained that, and I mean, I heard around the table that when we talked about rounding up, that was what took care of that.
It was late, and I think we're all tired by that point, but Commissioner Wilson-Foley, I reached a point of satisfaction with the idea of the rounding up being a more generous effect than changing back to 1,000.
And also, Chatham Project incorporated your idea of 75%. So where do we stand on number 5 on the TCPA definition? We understand that we need to pin it to a document, and that we have the ability to approve that document or not.
I think we need to pin it to any future documents.
The future documents being the small area. Is that what you're saying?
And if there's a small area plan requirement for each section, and/or they can be combined in a small area plan that's being established.
And future boards understand that, that they have to say about whether the TCPA is adequate or not. It's going to be fresh in our brains, so I'm just concerned about future boards not even thinking about whether or not that's under consideration.
Well, the TCPA, we've established the standards for it. And that's what this element is doing, is informing the general public, informing future boards, informing the world, and the requirements are.
So planning boards theoretically would take a look at that and say, hey, this doesn't meet TCPA.
Staff would at first.
Yeah, the staff first, of course, but.
I think honestly, if an applicant insisted, they could come before the board with staff's recommendation of denial for not meeting those requirements. That's a difficult position to be in.
thoughts?
I say, motion to accept the language with some modifications that you enumerated regarding section 8, item 4, and adding to item section 4, item D, the sentence that the additional 50-foot, what's it called, the vegetated setback will be shown on the plat.
I said on the recorded plats of these lots.
Yes. Okay.
All right, you've heard my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Chief Farrell. Is there any further discussion on these 5 items?
I have no further discussion, but I would prefer in the motion if you would state specifically what we've changed. If that would be possible, everything that was changed.
I think it would be possible. I think the major component is section 8, item 4. The markup version. Page 10. On the second line, we are deleting the words either and up to (A) in parentheses. We're deleting the next 2 lines in their entirety. On the fifth line, we are deleting the words "from the tract of land for which the permit or approval is sought," or parentheses B. On the 8th line, we are removing the words "and the harvest was," and substituting that with "which would constitute."
Excuse me, I believe you were adding a comma after the word salt.
Okay.
Which would constitute a willful violation of the town regulations, period.
Right. And after on the second line from the bottom, after the word paragraph, semicolon, colon, okay, and then parentheses A. And after the words existing trees on the last line, semicolon. And then insert the letter B in parentheses after the word "and." On page 11, the second sentence, second line, we're striking that in its entirety. On the third line, striking the word "requested."
So that would change somewhat the resolution, is that correct? Comment?
Seems to me to be what Mr. Fiocco's resolution was. So I don't think it's a change in his resolution, in his motion.
We resolved to approve it, accepting the language of this meeting, and the resolution to accept the language.
So we have the motion by Michael, Fiocco, seconded by Jay Carroll. Are there any further discussions?
I just want to say I really appreciate the changes that Chatham Park's been willing to make. I think we've come a long way. The piece that's still missing for me is I wanted to see a higher protection of the 2,000-foot buffer. So I'm pleased with everything else, but that's the one piece that will keep me from voting in favor.
And Commissioner Foley took the words right out of my mouth. I greatly appreciate the exchange tonight. And my concern remains that there is a lack of measurable definition of the TCPA in this definition. And so I can't support it for that reason.
We'll then have the vote. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 3-2. Thank you. The next matter is the rezoning request for 196 Hillsborough Street, and Victoria Bailiff will lead us through that discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. This is rezoning 2018-03. Dan Deacon is proposing to rezone a portion of parcel 7817 from R12 medium density residential to O&I-CZ office and institutional conditional zoning district. Located at 196 Hillsborough Street, the portion of this parcel to be rezoned totals approximately half an acre in size and has been zoned R12 since the late 1980s. The future land use plan has this property designated for traditional neighborhood. The traditional neighborhood category describes existing neighborhoods that are primarily residential, but also include a mix of other uses. The density is less than that of the town center category, but higher than that in the medium density category. Infill development, including single-family, multifamily, business, and mixed-use buildings that complement the existing neighborhood, is appropriate in this area. The surrounding properties are zoned R12 to the north and to the west, O&I to the south, and C2 to the east. The applicant is proposing to keep the existing structure and make an addition to the rear. The existing structure is over 100 years old, so should the restoration become too difficult, the applicant is proposing to rebuild matching the elevations that have been provided. Access to parking in the rear will be provided through an access easement on an adjoining property leading out to Thompson Street. Through this rezoning, the applicant is proposing to limit the permitted uses on this property to the following 10 uses: bed and breakfast, single-family residence, travel broker, insurance, loan, and employment agencies. And the fourth use was initially listed as bank, savings, and loan, and similar financial institutions, but has since been adjusted since planning board. The applicant wanted to take some of the recommendations to now it's just listed as financial institutions, not including any teller services. The rest have remained the same, include beauty salons, barbershops, and spas, medical, dental, paramedical, and chiropractic offices, general office, professional or nonprofit offices, service establishments, professional and personal services not otherwise listed, and antique and gift retail stores. A public hearing was held on May 28th. 4 speakers were present for this hearing. 2 presented arguments against the rezoning and 2 spoke in support of it. Planning board considered this rezoning at their meeting on June 3rd. The board showed concern mostly regarding the generalized nature of the proposed uses. Other concerns voiced regarded signage, business hours, and access off of Hillsborough Street. In a vote of 6-4, the board found that the request was consistent with the future land use plan. Subsequently, in a vote of 5-1, the board recommended approval of the proposed rezoning with the removal of uses 4, 7, and 9, as listed on the proposed plan, along with the addition of a condition to limit operating hours to normal business hours. The one dissenting vote wished to recommend adding further conditions, such as impervious surface restrictions, removing the loading space off Hillsborough Street, and mandating the restoration of the structure to historic preservation standards. Staff finds this property to be in a suitable location for office and institutional conditional zoning district, as it is positioned between properties currently zoned for medium-density residential, highway commercial, and office and institutional. Due to the property's compatibility with surrounding uses and the proposal's consistency with the future land use plan, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Victoria. Other questions for Victoria or for the developer? Mark Ashes will speak on behalf of the developer.
Good evening, board members, staff. Mark Ashes for the C Group. Mr. Deacon has had a prior commitment, so he was unable to attend this evening. He's out of town. I think Victoria's done a great job of encapsulating where we've come from on the project. I'd like to say that we believe an O&I conditional use in a residential-looking structure is an excellent transition from the other activities that are just to the south of us and the existing residences that are across the street and to the north of us. That's fairly typical of all of the emerging towns that we're involved with. That's a smooth transition in terms of activity. We see that a lot around where our office is right now. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Mark Ashes, may I ask you if Dan Deacon was in agreement with the removal of 4, 7, and 9 in the uses category?
He was not. What he had indicated to me was that if there was further concern about those, that we prefer to defer action until a later meeting that he could attend. We did remove on 4, as Victoria mentioned, teller services. If you think about it, and we're proposing a 4,000 square foot structure with no real parking other than the parallel parking in the street, that really sort of lends itself to a limited aspect of uses. And even with the parking that we're going to have available behind the building and the accessibility of that, it's really not uncommon from what you see on West Street as you're heading away from the circle in that direction. In those instances, you actually have a little more land associated with the parcels where you have residential uses now that have turned into office and commercial. Because of the size of this site, the smallness, the limitation of parking, we feel like that really sort of limits the uses that could occur there.
Well, I must say, personally, I question beauty shops and barber shops. And, things can generate a tremendous amount of traffic, and the turnover can often be 1 hour, half an hour. That's a lot for me. Would you propose a major part of the entranceway coming off the parking area in the rear?
Yes. So from the back of the property on our site plan, we've got a walk that basically is located where the original drive was. And so it comes around and ties into that porch and to the sidewalk coming from the street. So it's, and I think in reality that's where you would see most of your accessibility to the structure. And one of the reasons we elected to do that is we have a very narrow stretch there where the current driveway is. There's a few nice trees in that location. And we also thought that from the vernacular of the street, not having to create a wider drive coming in kept it more of a residential scale. Behind our office, we're in the Glenwood South area off of St. Mary Street. So there's a lot of residences that have been converted to law offices, accountants, etc. And what they've done is sort of a common parking area behind the building, that you see that you come in off of a side street, so that sort of streetscape, it maintains the continuity of what I would call a residential scale, even if you don't have residential use in the building.
Mark, I have to say that I really appreciate the commitment that this existing structure is going to be refurbished indoor or something that's put in its place that's going to look exactly like it. Well, yeah, the improved,
Better condition.
Right, the post-development condition. Not having the driveway off of Hillsborough is excellent. Having all the access come through the backside is great. You know, I was at the planning board meeting, so I heard pretty good conversation, and a couple of things did strike me as I've always been confused as exactly what service establishments, professional and personal services not otherwise listed. What that includes, I don't know.
Could be a lot.
Well, I don't know if it could be a lot or a little. I mean, it's got some guidance, professional and personal services. Don't know what, honestly. So, my preference would be for you guys to come up with what those uses might be. And that's just for item 9. I appreciate what you did with 4. I'm okay with 7. General offices, I'm okay with it. But Steve, on the planning board, was talking about signage and really got me thinking about signage. And I would like to add a condition that says the signage will not be illuminated and/or changeable copy signs.
Changeable copies are already prohibited all throughout town.
Not the way I read the ordinances.
Oh, it's been interpreted that way.
Yeah.
I think that's the way we enforce it.
Okay.
Well,
It's not supposed to
Yeah, if they
change.
like one on which Chattanooga is putting in a new development all of
I thought there was some exception for changeable copy, but if it's prohibited, that's my objection.
Illuminate, you mean, you don't mean a light shining on the sign, you mean internally.
Right.
I think that's, well,
I don't think we'd have an issue either of those.
Because I really appreciate what you're doing is converting an eyesore in town to a viable business that's going to look like the historic homes in the area. So I really, really appreciate that. So I do think a changeable copy sign wouldn't work, but it's prohibited. I think a internally illuminated sign that's on 24/7 wouldn't work. So I appreciate you trying to keep the character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
When I first heard about this project, I was concerned about Stony Creek. And I do want to see these historic homes protected, and we're working with media to make sure that those houses are not torn down if at all possible. But when I saw your plans and I heard about what you're doing, I feel like if this doesn't happen, then this house would be lost. And I really like the plan that you all created. It looks very nice. And again, I like the driveway coming from the rear. I do like the idea of having some sort of anyway, that's all I want to say about that. I think it looks like a great project. I think this would be a nice addition to the downtown. It's on respectful to neighbors, and that we take action in the future to make sure these are historic homes on the main street.
Yeah, I kind of have the same sentiment with Bedhead, but it seemed like about a year or maybe 2 years ago, we spoke on this Main Street, keeping it residential. And, what's going to make us go to the next house, go across the street? Is it going to ever end? I mean, I'm not in support of this right now. I'm just really not. I think if it can stay residential, that's the way I like to see it. I mean, sure, it's an eyesore. It's been an eyesore for years. Several more in town, but this board spoke about how important it was to keep Hillsborough Street residential. That's all I got to say about that right now.
Comments?
I think that
Commissioner Farrell, I really appreciate your concerns, and I agree with them, and I share them. And I recall that conversation, and I hope that we'll soon have opportunity to put the conversation in code or in ordinance with revision of a future land use plan, not too far from now. But in the meantime, Commissioner Wilson-Foley makes a strong case, I think, that that shape, that form of building, the very historic feel of it, as is described here as an elevation, even if it's torn down and replaced with something that looks like these elevations, I think it's going to visually give us that sense of continuity. Yes, it won't be in residential, but I think, I don't know if this is going to get approved or voted on even tonight, but I think that with this project, Mr. Deacon and the C Group have set a pretty high bar that kind of reassures me. I don't think we're going to see much more of this creek, because if it took this much for us to approve it in this case, with the really exceptional access situation in the back, which is going to minimize traffic on the front, or increase foot traffic on the front, which I think is a good thing. The fact that it's going to look very much the same or exactly the same, yeah, I'm reassured that this isn't a slippery slope. But I do share your concerns, and I want to codify that soon. And maybe even have that conversation about historic designation.
See where else we can use things like that.
Yes.
My understanding from attending the planning board meeting was that you anticipate that the actual structure will remain the same, but the exterior design will have to be replaced. Is that correct?
Well, that's our hope. Obviously, there are the framing. There are good components to that. There's some flooring and some supports that may have to be adjusted. But in other words, I don't think you're going to see a tear down a new home that looks like this. It's going to be a combination of that. But I would venture to guess it's more than the siding in some instances. Yes.
Well, you probably want that to have a proper building envelope and efficiency and
exactly
adequate insulation.
Actually, I would prefer for that to remain residential. I want everything on that street to be residential. That would be my preference. However, I am encouraged with what you have here. And I definitely would like the access from the back, because it's Hillsborough Street is so busy. So I really think that it is a good idea. It has been, the property has been like that for a while. And again, I do prefer for it to be residential.
Sure.
But at this time, maybe in the future, we can just go forward and have all of that considered historical and have everything designated as that. But I do also agree with the mayor in reference to beauty salons, barbershops, and spas. You are going to save a lot of traffic with that. Even though it's in the back, it's still going to be a lot of going through. And the other thing, Commissioner Fielko had talked about the service establishment, professional, personal services not otherwise listed. I'm concerned about that.
Okay. So what I would suggest then, it sounds like there's some favorability and there's certainly some concern on the board's part. If you would give us the opportunity, we'll come back and try to tighten up those specific areas and ask to be tabled to the next meeting.
Motion to table for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farrell, did you have additional concerns?
I just had just a couple to ask also. Was you said something about the structural. Has the foundation, is it a suitable foundation underneath that house?
They've done some inspection work there, and it's still ongoing. In other words, Mr. Deacon has looked at one scenario where he could get some potentially some tax abatement, I think, from the structure by doing this.
Commercial.
And what he has to look at is, he has to weigh all of those things out. I mean, it's not, the scope of that service hasn't been completed. I would venture to guess that if this remained residential, a more logical use of the site would be some kind of row townhomes there on the street versus the recreation of this structure or improvement of this structure. That's just reality. I mean, it's a, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion, Michael, I have to say one more thing. Sure. Thanks. I'm sorry. The loading space.
Yes.
There was, you said there were consensus vote on the board regarding the loading space.
Yeah, that may have been clarified. That's an existing driveway cut there, so we just felt like that was a natural location for that. And obviously, it's not, again, a 4,000 square foot building isn't going to be, you're not going to be backing up large trucks there. I would venture to guess that like a FedEx truck or something would probably come to the back, but would be a designated spot if you needed to drop something off.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So you've heard the motion to table by Michael Fiocco, seconded by a number of people. Shall we say that? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. I would like to state that there have been a number of occasions on which I've seen a neighbor here thought that we needed to address the issue of the next property up, and I know that staff is particularly overcommitted here, but I think the longer we go, the more we could be in danger of essentially by our inaction not pointing out the property to the north as a zoning violation.
We found that out during the process.
Oh, good.
So we'll do
I thought I had, okay, great, that's fine.
What they can do is apply for a special use permit for an office in Park 12. That's probably what they'll do. And they'll come to you all and they'll say, we're operating a business, we'd like to continue. You all will then be tasked whether to ask them to go somewhere else or be okay with it remaining. Otherwise, I've never had a complaint for the business that's there. Like noise or traffic or anything like that.
No, but I thought we'd addressed it on several occasions. Maybe not.
Is that particular?
Yeah. When we were discussing the sign.
I need the neighborhood, and you all have spoken, that nobody lives there. I don't know that by driving by.
Yes.
Okay. So the neighborhood has spoken.
Yes.
And that's on the record.
That's great.
Yes.
Thank you. The next matter, Victoria Bailiff stays with us for the US 64 West property.
Thank you. This is rezoning 2019-03. The applicants are proposing to rezone parcel 6215 from RA2, residential agriculture minimum 2 acres, to RA, residential agriculture. This parcel is located at 2537 US 64 Business West and totals approximately 45.9 acres. It has been zoned RA2 since the late 1980s. The future land use plan has this property designated for low-density residential neighborhood. The surrounding properties are zoned RA2. A public hearing was held on May 28th. There was one speaker representing the applicant who chose to speak in favor of the rezoning. The planning board considered this rezoning at their meeting on June 3rd, where they discussed the differences between the zoning districts RA and RA2. In a vote of 6-0, the board found that the request was consistent with the future land use plan and recommended approval of the rezoning request in a vote of 6-0. Staff finds this property to be in a suitable location for residential agriculture and recommends approval of the proposed amendment as it is consistent with the future land use plan.
Questions for Victoria or are the property owners here?
Good evening again, board and staff. John and Denise Medio-Rotondo are here. They're sitting right here. They actually contacted us a couple of years ago just when they were looking to purchase the property to do some due diligence. And if you're familiar with the property, there's floodplain out there, there's buffered streams. You're also familiar with the soils condition that we have here in this area of Chatham County. And ultimately, with the approval to rezone this to the RA1, we would still end up with a density that's going to be equal to greater than a unit for every 2+ acres out there, just by the natural features of the site. So what we're simply seeking to do is rezone to RA1, which is consistent with your future land plan in this location. That would allow us to have some lots that would be smaller than a 2-acre size lot. The net yield of the property, though, is still going to be a density of greater than a unit for every 2 acres. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions from Art?
So it's well and septic?
Yes, well and septic.
So that's an acre minimum lot size?
Yes, it's a little over an acre, right at an acre minimum, and the vast majority will be larger than that.
So one could think of this as a cluster development because you have to forego all the other land such as the floodplain.
Right.
That's undevelopable, so you'll take those lots that would have been there.
Exactly. That's exactly the case. So you'll end up with, we did a yield plan based on some soils information, and that's why I'm comfortable saying, unless some technology comes out that I'm not aware of here that makes our soil better than it has been for the last 100 years.
Just one question. Do we not have sewer running down 64 west from the from the correctional center?
You can't tie into the force main.
I didn't know that. Thank you.
Further questions? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
First of all, we need the
Okay.
consistency motion first.
So moved.
Yeah, Wilson Foley moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Pamela Baldwin second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. And as to the rezoning,
So moved.
Second.
Matt Wilson Foley moved and John Bonnet seconded. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Emerging contaminants. Thank you, Elizabeth.
We'll keep this as a brief update, but as you remember back at the April 22nd meeting, we had CDM Smith here to share an update on the emerging contaminants portion of the project they're working on for us related to water supply and treatment plant expansion options. The study overall is continuing, and we should have a full report available to you in August at your August meeting from CDM Smith. But we wanted to go ahead and provide the final copy of this report since the last one was draft, and I don't believe it was on the website since it was drafted. At that time, they wanted to bring it to you first. There is not substantially different information in this report. It just was tightening up the last few comments that they had received during the finalization process. So I wanted to share that with you, and one of the questions that was kind of came out of the recommendations that they had at that meeting was related to pilot testing. And I understand that you all want to continue to consider this, how we're going to address emerging contaminants. And I really want to make sure that we understand the intent of the board if that is something you want to pursue, looking at pilot options before we have the full recommendation from CDM Smith about what we're going to do for water supply expansion, plant expansion, other options, or if you want to start the pilot testing before that. And if you do, then we can bring back before you additional cost and time and all the rest of the details of that if you're wanting to go ahead and pursue that before the end of the project.
Honestly, I think I would like to export recommendations from CDM Smith and staff.
So
So they gave you their 4 recommendations of potential treatment options, and recommended, I believe, 2 in the meeting in their presentation that would address excellence across the board. I believe it's a chart in the report you have. I don't know that they specifically said that they recommended one over another, but that was the information they shared so far. We could ask them for additional details.
I would certainly appreciate it if you would put your heads together and make a recommendation. And I think considering cost as well, so that's
one of the difficult things about the cost component is the operation and maintenance cost. We will not know until we do pilot testing, and so that is one component of this decision, I believe, for you all.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Goodson, but I think that a major, back to known unknowns and unknown unknowns, a major known unknown is the future supply source of raw water. Because if we consider collaboration with the county, or if and when we tap into the Jordan Lake source at some time in the future, the character of those water streams determine how hard we have to work and how much money we have to pay to clean it up, get these contaminants out. So if we assume that we're just going to clean up the water that we have in our current intake, and we're not looking to a further future of more ambitious plans or larger water supply or a more dilute source of contaminated water, those costs will be different, maybe higher, because it's a more concentrated source of contaminants at our current intake. So I'm not comfortable at this point going forward with a pilot test, because I think that's a really important uncertainty, a known unknown. And there's chronology there too. We may be able to get away with treating the current source for a while, but we know we will need additional water supplies in the future. And so to embark upon a major treatment expansion, not knowing exactly when those things time out, I think we need to think about that further. I would be open to hearing that from an expert presentation if all those uncertainties can be laid out.
One thing I think about when I think about the hall in our existing intake is I don't think we ever really want to get rid of it. I think the number is something like 8.9 million gallons a day we can pull from the hall. We want an allocation of 6 from Jordan, and then interconnectivity and all that. And one of the things that we experienced, I don't know, in 2010, 11, was a substantial drought. And we were one of the lucky few that weren't subject to restrictions from Jordan because we had a run-of-the-river intake. So it's exceptionally durable, valuable. I think something we should keep. And for that, I think we probably want to definitely always be in a position where we're treating the most challenging water in the area and not use Jordan as our, baseline. So that's one of the things I consider when thinking about all this.
We can go about this a couple of ways. I can go back to CDM Smith and see if they have a preferred recommendation that they would share with us, or we can wait. It's not that far from now till August when the report will be finalized and we'll know better what the options are for us to expand our water supply needs and what combination that may entail, and then look at the options for emerging contaminants associated with that full menu of selection sources.
I would appreciate that. I don't know if you could include in that large work. Mr. Grusbeck has referred to conversations with the county, and I would like to learn what the near-term options are for collaboration to perhaps supplement our current supply, maybe in the direction of diluting the contaminants that we are drawing, not to abandon our current source, but to water it down.
We are working to have the consultant who did the county master plan with us come, and that was one of the items on the manager's slate of upcoming items, and we may be able to get it done a little quicker than he had on his plate, but we're trying to juggle all of the various components and who can get here at which meeting. But we'll get that before you, and there are some options for that within that report. It is a very high level, and then that, along with the CDM Smith report, those two together, I think will give you some good information to weigh options.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point. But we're going to need to flesh out some of the stuff in the county master utility plan, even though it's kind of initially discussed at a high level. It offers us, I think, an excellent opportunity to get down a little bit deeper into the granular pieces of it. Simply diluting, in a nutshell though, I think simply diluting involves engaging in one of those county options. I mean, it's not, if it was just as simple as turning a valve somewhere and just diluting it, that would be great. I mean, trust me, I would be clicking my heels every day. I think to get to the point of some of those options that are going to be discussed in the Chatham plan, that will require a significant capital investment on everyone's part. You know, to even get to that point where we're diluting. So, you know, even on the lowest hanging fruit conceivably for us for a long time until we started getting into some of these discussions was the connection of the Vinyl Bridge. And we're finding that's not feasible for any number of reasons. No significant improvements. I agree. We've got to dilute. One of the best, most cost-effective solutions is to dilute, but getting there is going to take a little bit of work.
Very good, thank you.
Sounds like a first point, working towards a full picture in August. We will do it.
And also perhaps taking into account who's already doing testing, monitoring in the river as well. I mean, I think there are a lot of pilot testing going on with various entities, including the state.
So I think what we heard in the presentation from CDM Smith, so there may be tests along the Hall River, but we want to make sure we know how our operations, what we take out of it with our own operations, and then what else needs to be done to supplement that.
I think that my understanding is the pilot test would need to be pretty specific to the plumbing we've got in place.
I think it's the only way we'll know it's true cost for us.
All right. Moving into the next item is Elizabeth Walls of Favor for Reclaimed Water Services.
I did have a slide or two. So this item is before you. Chatham Park, we have, you are very aware of the fact that back in 2015 with the master plan, there were a lot of big overarching principles about utilities in that document. As we continue to zero in, more detail is determined and understood better. The public facilities element kind of gave some more objective and more specific, and it also speaks to the requirement of small area plans to come in to further drill. Since we didn't have a small area plan yet, we have asked Chatham Park to do a master utility plan for the North Village. And in that process, we're beginning to do that zeroing in of what the service area for the North Village is. During this time, Chatham Park has identified that the amount of sewer they will be needing to treat in their facility and the amount of reclaimed water that they will have produced out of their facility is less because they were able to get that sewer reduction in flow per unit per residential unit. So in light of all of this, there is a discussion I'll kind of walk through. You probably remember seeing an overall Chatham Park master plan reclaim map that showed main trunk lines through all of Chatham Park. The revised service area.
I'm sorry, can you go back? Just start.
So this one is all of the PDD boundary, and then the next one's just going to be North Village.
Question on the flow rate reduction and its impact on actual flow.
Yes.
So previous analysis assumed that the 2T rules accurately described the volume of wastewater to be treated?
I believe it was an assumption that with that higher level per bedroom assumption, and with having the reduction, obviously there is a lot less sewer that has to be treated for North Village. So that's the overall PDD boundary, and that is the updated service area map that is being proposed by Chatham Park as a part of this utility plan. Before we move forward any further with this and finalize this report with any assumptions of a reduction in a service area, we wanted to come back before you and make sure that everyone understood what this was, if there were any concerns, that we had a chance to discuss those. We've got McKenna Creed here who can help answer questions, kind of how we got to this point, and I'm also available for questions as well, but wanted to provide it as an update and seek input or questions if there are any.
Questions for Elizabeth? On McKenna Creed? I must say that the map was sort of hard to read.
I realized that, and I think that Ken may have had extra copies.
Yeah, I had.
I realized that I made a copy off of a copy for you,
Yeah.
and we had a better version, and I didn't realize this. So I had to do it. Any questions that come to mind?
I think we wanted to get a flavor, a feel from you all as to a reduced service area that's different than the master plan. If Elizabeth went back one slide, the master plan contemplated reclaimed water lines, trunk lines at least, transmission lines, throughout the North Village and the South Village. Right now we have a proposal to serve a percentage of the North Village only, as a known right now, with current. And Chatham Park can speak to why that is. But we're wanting to make sure that you all understand that the master plan was a plan, and it was this is what they want to do, but realities have come about that lends itself to a reduced service area. And we have to find out, one, whether you're okay with that. Chatham Park can speak to that if there's discussion on that. And secondly, whether you envision a utility, a reclaimed utility throughout town, and how making decisions early in Chatham Park about line sizes, and we don't have to really get into line sizes, but if you envision a utility outside of Chatham Park, that may impact decisions that we're currently engaging in Chatham Park, where we may want oversized lines or lines that run to the boundary of Chatham Park, so we can further serve outside of Chatham Park. Where that reclaimed water comes from may be an unknown right now, or maybe a combination of things that have to happen. But I think that's what Elizabeth needs. She needs to make sure y'all are okay with the proposal so she can make decisions. And if you're That's one. And then the second is, do you ever envision a utility outside of Town Park? And we have to figure out how to make that happen.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Jones. That really helps to put it in a nutshell. And I am very curious about a future where our reused water is potentially higher quality and safer, closer to drinking water than our source. And if in future water is so valuable that the reused water coming out of our sewer treatment plant should be treasured as feed water for our drinking water plant, I mean, that's within the realm of imaginable, especially considering increased frequency, severity of droughts in the future. I don't know how that interplays with the question of plans for reuse utility, reclaimed water distribution and sale, because what we're right now we're contemplating is just basically disposing of it as irrigation water, and maybe some higher uses, indoor reuses, but anyway, I'm wandering a little bit.
I will offer also that the broader questions about town-wide plans or usage, that is something that we could take to a utility workshop and get into the details of that, or hire a consultant and get into the details of that. But we do want you to understand that question, knowing the general interest, helps inform things that we're making decisions on now. And once we get a comfort level of what Chatham Park's wanting to do, it might inform us on what we want to ask above and beyond that they would be doing with 4 lines, or like Jeff was saying, stuff into an adjacent property, because we know we want to extend it further. So I just offer that as additional information.
My general thoughts on it is that we're having such a difficult time with sewer capacity now that we're going to go to Sanford. And it won't be long after that we'll be looking for another solution, or yet more. And if we look at the example of how much water we might be able to put into the system, well, the vast majority of that goes back through the sewer system. And so when I think about this, I think about the future 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, I think reuse is going to be a massive component of that water cycle. And I like the language of feed water. Early on I said, well, let's connect the pipes. Well, okay, maybe you can't do exactly that, but it's another way to recycle water, reuse the water. And I think there's just going to be a higher demand for potable water, and therefore a higher demand on effluent treatment. So for me, I think the town is going to engage in the future in a purple pipe system. I've always envisioned Chatham Park as kind of leading by example. So I'm not so sure that how to respond to the request to reduce that. I do see information that talks about the fact that I guess the state's been looking into this. And
why don't we let McKinley Creek pop up here and help answer some of those questions, if that's okay?
Yeah, well, I'm also just...
So Tim and I are going to tag team, because he has the historical and the regulatory, and I have like all the details on the actual plan drafting. So we're going to kind of tag team. So I'll let him go first.
Exactly asked a question, so I'm sorry.
I know. But I am reading here that there is data from the state that says they're increasing the estimate of non-residential indoor reuse from 0.7% to 80%.
Yeah, let me back up, if I may, and add a little color to the rest of what Elizabeth and Jeff have already done for you. Because you mentioned the master plan and the concept level. The map with all those trunk lines also showed 6 decentralized wastewater treatment plants. So that was all before Sanford came into
even a twinkle in an eye. And then later...
Oh, I don't know about
came
that.
up, well,
there was a lot of
because
twinkling going on.
starting
For some
around
time about
15, 16, but we actually were here talking about this in 14, actually. Before that. It's a while. I think we might be the only ones in the room that were actually around then. So with shunting 2 million gallons a day to Sanford, now it leaves us with the decentralized plant as the only source of reclaimed water for the immediately foreseeable future, let's say. So that's 500,000 gallons a day. You recall that our prioritization of use of the reclaimed water, the pecking order, the first was because that plant assumes the responsibility to service the 3M contract. You're obligated for up to 250,000 gallons a day to 3M. So then beyond that, where do we create a service area that provides a place for that to be used without creating an expectance of availability that can't be delivered on, should it exceed or outstrip the supply, and put the servicing of the 3M contract in jeopardy. So to do that, we looked at picking up the areas of non-residential use predominantly, so all those commercial non-residential areas are serviced and hit, and then more residential areas that look like they would have a greater appetite, at least for what they're permitted for right now, which is just irrigation. You know, I agree with your point, Mr. Bonnets, that at some point higher value uses of this should be permitted and used. Right now, that's not necessarily the case. So we are getting those in the non-residential areas at least. Making that available might be for cooling, might be for indoor uses, and of course irrigation as well. So that's where that service area came from, is that balance. That I understand some of the other potential and the talk about what was in the conceptual plan with the trunk lines and what isn't. It's really mostly those residential areas to the northeast. Beyond the risk of putting the service of the 3M contract perhaps in a challenging mode, if not problem, would be, again, creating that expectancy of service. And also, you know, we're putting a lot of infrastructure in that ground. That's going to be your system to own, operate, and maintain. So we're creating the equivalent of what probably is going to be a lot of very long, very large dead ends that are going to have to be dealt with. You can't just flush a reclaimed water line. You're going to have water quality degradation if it sits there a long time. You can't just flush those like a water line. It's a thinly veiled surface discharge at that point. So that creates a little challenge with maintenance on lines that aren't getting used a lot. So we wanted to be careful about that. I think certainly Chatham Park and us certainly supportive of the notion of maximizing reuse. Should there ever be more reclaimed water available? Should the next phase beyond Sanford be decentralized plants or another plant or another source of that? Then that would come into play in the southern area of Chatham Park for sure, and be available to extend lines everywhere we can there. But for right now, that share of the Sanford capacity plus the decentralized plant, you know, outstrips the wastewater that's being generated in that northern part of Chatham Park right now. So extending the rest of those lines really doesn't serve a purpose at the moment, and yet there will be places to put that additional reclaimed water if it became available at some time in the future for the next phase. It is. Right now it's limited to the $500,000 because of the NPDES contract and negotiation between the town and Old North, so that's the limit of their firm capacity. So, excuse me.
And that's based on discharge to Robeson?
It's based on the amount that's firm capacity, which is the discharge into Robeson.
So reuse isn't firm capacity at this time?
No.
Will it be?
It's probably a bit of an uphill battle to be able to create firm capacity out of non-dedicated reuse when you don't have control over that. I think I've said it probably years before that, you know, trying to make the case when you have an empirical track record to go and show the state that there's this consistent utilization that can be relied upon, but at this stage that would never fly. So we wouldn't get firm capacity for that plant expansion anyway. It'd still be only called a $500,000 gallon a day plant.
On those dead-end lines, would it not be possible simply to valve off a lot of the line and just be dry pipe in the ground for future use when the demand is maybe fulfilled?
Yes, could be dry lines.
Okay.
The thing is, the supply that we're creating would have to be coming from somewhere else, the wastewater, and at that point, again, the reason we showed a lot of decentralized plants is the whole theory of trying to place supply as near to demand as possible. It just makes sense from a carbon footprint standpoint, not to move it around any more than you have to. So essentially, the demand for the future would also be where the feedstock for that is, which would be other developments or the southern part, which are the most sense.
We also spoke with the town of Cary, who is large into reuse, and specifically Lynn Brills when it comes to the concept of dry lines. Again, because we've been in the weeds for this for quite a long time. They said that their biggest issue with dry lines comes 2, 3, 4 years later when it comes to put it in service, and the internet providers and the gas companies, and the next thing you know, they try and open the valve, and the pipes won't hold water because they've just been sitting there, and they've been crisscrossed with ting fiber and all the different things. So they've actually had to make a significant investment to actually redo dry lines.
Meaning that they've been nicked by these other...
Yeah, because they've been nicked.
The risk is higher for us.
Because
Dry lines, nobody knew that it was
Nobody knew it.
Right.
Yeah. And so again, we tried to minimize that. We had those discussions with that very thing.
I think the reuse line is running underneath the asphalt, right? In general?
No,
it's in the outside.
It's in the outside shoulder. You mean our proposals?
What you've been doing
thus
far, I think.
We've been showing it out on the outside. It's
in asphalt. For Town Street. DOT ones in outside.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. DOT ones that's on the outside edge. Town Street is in that. It's under the asphalt.
And it still has to maintain proper separation from the water system, because they still view it as a tainted source. So it still has to maintain that 10-foot separation from the water system too, even though you're picking and spraying on the lawn.
Any thoughts or questions?
It sounds to me that the limiting factor here is the road infrastructure. The ability for the plant to grow and produce more, because you have the dedicated source.
Well, it's feedstock as well. As I said, that 2.5 million gallons a day with Sanford, plus the half that's decentralized, is all the wastewater there is.
We just don't have any water
in the north side.
The amount for North Village is how much?
The total sewage being generated by the North Village is estimated to be basically 1.5. I'm not going to carry a few more decimals, but 1.5 million gallons a day. With the 1.25 that is included in the Sanford option being passed there, and the additional half a million we're just kind of going.
Is that where the reduction has played into?
No, actually, the reduction has been at a planning level since the 2015 plan.
Yeah, we'd always
the biggest
counted
thing was
on
the
a
Sanford
realistic
option.
real world flow. I think
Yeah.
we budgeted about 200 gallons per house per day.
The biggest thing is that
It wasn't between. It was between what we are adding for y'all and stuff.
yeah, and it's realistically the 1.25 being sent to Sanford.
Yeah, because we've been talking a lot about paper and tributary flow recently, so we're starting to get the hang of it.
So I remain curious about something that I heard from former, I guess I could call this person executive at UNC Chapel Hill, who was involved with the design and construction of the North Campus, and that is the idea of technology, sewer treatment technology, sewer handling technology. It's not a dewatering
but it's an increasing of concentration with a removal of a flow of something closer to water. And in the future, I think we've all contemplated that the Sanford Force Main is going to be a limiting factor, and we'll need to look to expand that pipeline or expand the agreement or bring reused water back from Sanford. But what if we increase the concentration of the solvents and the contaminants in that water, and at the same time created a source of that raw product for the Eubank Road plant that would increase our reused water quality? Are you following me?
Partially, but what you're sort of describing is essentially another sewage treatment plant up here somewhere, right?
This was the headworks for a pipeline, for a force main, to carry sewage to a sewer treatment plant from a remote location. Very similar, analogous situation to what we talked about with Sanford Force Main. The idea was explained to me as a way to improve the efficiency of operation of the end-of-the-line sewer treatment plant by removing some of the water and using that water to feed into a reuse plant.
So like recirculation.
I called it dewatering, but it's not dewatering because that's a much more intense process.
Yeah,
this is a water removal from sewage before pumping.
But you sort of are with a headworks unless you're going to convert the dissolved organic contaminants into biomass. If you're just doing physical treatment, you're essentially going to do that at your plant with screening and possibly grit removal. So you're removing those solids, inorganic solids. You're not really removing the organics, most of which are dissolved, or much of it. So to create sort of cleaner water, you then have to get into a biological process. You're essentially into some form of a treatment plant. Once you're sort of in for a penny, you're probably in for a pound. And you go the rest of the way and make it reclaim quality. I've always thought that's going to make the most sense. I don't think it's going to make sense to send it 17 miles and then bring it back as well with another pipeline, and you still have to pay for a treatment plant at that end. So doing it locally is always going to make more sense financially. Once you get past the notion of getting a good deal on stranded capacity down there, because the next expansion won't be that cheap. And I don't disagree that someday potable reuse is current. Public acceptance is a big challenge right now. At some point down the road, when it is time to deal with an increased allocation, when there is the southern part developing, that's not to say that can't be part of your treatment plant project. It's depending on where this reclaimed water plant ends up being connected to that.
Looking forward to a workshop. And I'm sorry.
Have we answered the question, which is Pittsboro interested, is Legacy Pittsboro interested in some sort of a connection and cooperation with Chatham Park Reuse? Is that what you're asking us?
I think that's one piece of the question. One piece is practically the lines extended to the extent of the limits of Chatham Park. What you're hearing is that in order to take the water that's being produced, that's remaining, that's not going to Sanford, and it's not going to 3M, the remaining reclaimed water, this is the area it would serve. If we go beyond this, that is for potential future, and maybe lines that are not served or have to be flushed more often, and various things related to that. And then the secondary component is us wanting to extend reclaim system beyond. We need a source for that, and we need line work for it. And some of those decisions we can kind of be informed as we're making decisions now. Some of it is requests that we may have to upsize things that they're proposing, so I kind of need to know what their limit is to start with, and then what I'm asking them that might be above and beyond, so we can make informed decisions that we bring back before you at the various times that they need to. So that's kind of the two parts, is the extent of this, making a decision based off of the amount of reclaim that is available and what that service area provides. Is that rationale for North Village? So this whole conversation is North Village only at this point. Any discussion or decision for south of the project is for future. We don't have enough information at this point probably to fully inform that. So this is truly North Village only. But yes, that's kind of the two components, is in order for me to answer other questions that they have of me for line sizes and network and where we're putting it and all those things. We kind of need to understand from the board your desire.
And just to reiterate, Tim hit on this, but in this section, the reason we're focusing so heavily on the village is because this is where most of your commercial is. So this is where our daily use is going to be, as Tim indicated. So
reliable daily usage.
Reliable daily usage. And so as you get out here into these more residential areas, maybe they need, maybe it's like the past 2 weeks, or maybe it's like the past 2 days that they don't need it, but the prior 3 weeks, everybody turned their systems on. But before that, nobody turned them on for 6 months. And so this becomes a crapshoot from a design standpoint, because then again, we have to discharge it outside roads. But if we focus in here, then that allows us that commercial use, that has daily use, it has chillers, it has industrial uses. The reason we call this plan up here in the Mosaic area is because it's currently shown on their plans.
I think the thing to point out on that briefly is that it's, Mosaic is obviously in the works. The Malott track does show up on this map. It is not a part of the PDD boundary. Was considered for a place to take reclaimed water, but before we talked about reclaim for an area outside the PDD boundary, we wanted to have this conversation of what is the limits within the PDD boundary to be sure we're addressing that commitment first. And if the commitment is yes, this makes sense, there may be other non-residential uses that would be appropriate, but we want to kind of peel this apart and talk about it in the PDD commitments. We're zeroing in on that before we make the further decisions of expansion.
And the reason you see it shown as residential irrigation in the vineyards area is again because there are plans in front of the town that currently show it, because
and I think that is still a portion of that area.
Right. So there's a much smaller. It's not every single house, every single lot. It is a actual demand, and it's outlined in the larger report exactly what areas those are.
It's the ones that have a greater appetite for irrigation, that would have more area to do something with it, as opposed to really dense that just doesn't have that much landscaping or grass for it anyway. And as Elizabeth mentioned, those lines from Malott or Mosaic area, 15501, our lines are going there. So even though they may not be in the flow projections right now to have water available for them, we are already going past there, so if that ever happened in the future, that facility's in place. Going to the north and the east doesn't go anywhere outside of Chatham Park, North Village, obviously.
Well, I definitely think we need a workshop. I guess I would say that I always assumed what was good for the goose was good for the gander. And knowing that Chatham Park was going to have this great technology, I thought that was something that we needed to replicate. But maybe this gets us all thinking in alternative different ways, because apparently it's not as good as we once thought it might be. So I'll be interested to see what we can do in that workshop.
So it's not that it's bad, we just don't have the feedstock for it, which should be 80% of the wastewater down to Sanford.
I think that's probably a point to point out is there have been commitments that have been made about sending sewer to Sanford, and in order to meet that obligation, that is part of the factor that has factored into some of this discussion.
Or they have to pay the
difference.
but not many.
Just
The workshop, we can get into a lot more.
Which again means, we need more growth beyond this stage to have the feedstock to use without paying that penalty to Sanford.
That's just so fascinating, because we thought that Sanford was the end-all and be-all and the gold star.
Well, in fairness, it is in terms of taking advantage of very economical stranded capacity at their facility.
You weren't going to find a more cost-effective way, either from a capital standpoint or from an end-user standpoint, for 2.5 million gallons per day. And it wasn't. That's what our work to that point had shown us. So,
But knowing there's going to be a phase 3 and a phase 4 beyond that 2 million gallons, and whether that involves Sanford or not is up to the long-range planning effort that's going to be.
So one of the last remaining issues, and I have to bring this up, is the vineyard, the Vine Parkway Wendover, because there are current plans into Elizabeth. And those plans are basically awaiting the last question in those plans approvals is a 4-inch line. Your ordinances state that the minimum size line is 4-inch. And actually, they could be sized for 2, or we could get into a whole. We started down the discussion for line size of Mr. Fiocco, but so I know that there is some.
There are projects and permits.
There are projects that are awaiting this last one, and actually, I'm looking forward to, if I'm allowed to come to the workshop, because I want to hear more about the plot of it, about the discussion point, and about what UNC was saying. But related to this issue. I don't know exactly how to resolve it. Basically, if Elizabeth can be comfortable knowing what line size would work our end, that will allow that plan to actually move forward without having to wait an indefinite period on workshops. And that's the only pressing thing for this. And I would hate for this plan to become short-sighted because of something like that. So it's one of those issues that the town does deserve to give this time. There's no reason to approve this plan today, tomorrow. We can give it its due diligence. However, there is a pressing need to allow the development to move forward on the one side. So again, I don't have an answer. I can't suggest a solution, but I just think that there is a pressing approval out there regarding this.
That is the tricky spot for him. We are trying to make a decision of what the scope is of a master plan, and one of the questions is demand. And when the demand question didn't match the production of sewer, it threw a question, which led us down this path to realize that we had a smaller area that we could serve. So they've done exactly what I've asked them. Show me how far we go with what we have available. There's some other questions we can do. They ask questions about the what-if scenarios of a couple of different things. I think there's got to be a comfort level in order for me to move forward from you that we make a decision without that full knowledge, or we wait till we have that better knowledge to make decisions about line size. It's basically, we're at the point now, it's Vine Parkway and Wendover are the main core streets through that village's area, and those two lines are the ones that I've questioned, should they be larger to allow for future expansion. And so the reclaim permits, the construction drawings related to those are pending, the master plan being approved. And the master plan being approved is what triggered this question, and we thought it was important to bring for discussion. So I don't know if that is something you are comfortable even weighing in on that at all at this point, or if it's something we need to bring back to you at the next meeting. If it's something that does need a workshop and needs it done quickly.
Is the question the size of the pipe? And if that pipe is full of water, doesn't get used, how quickly it becomes unusable, and therefore needs to be blown off, which you indicated, Tim, was more difficult than a potable blow off.
Yeah, you can't just dump it in the surface water course. It's a surface discharge of wastewater at that point.
Yeah, essentially, in the design of the major facilities that you see there, we've actually had to place sanitary sewer manholes adjacent to the reclaim, so that when it comes time to flush, you're essentially making a big circle with it.
Which robs treatment capacity from a plant that's sized for X gallons per day. If you're recycling it, you're reducing how much raw wastewater you can accept. So that's not something you want to do a lot of. Let me approach it from a different standpoint with Lime Parkway particularly. That's sized for that area right now, so whatever that area would use is covered with that pipe. The termination is down around 64 business, right? So the extension would be heading west in and through the main sections of town. I'll never say never, but you rarely see redevelopment of a reclaim system in a built-up urbanized area. It's just too expensive. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Plus, our treatment plant's right on Business 64. If there was going to be an expansion, you can always get out of the plant at that point with a larger pipe to go wherever it needs to go, whether that's south into Chatham Park or west along 64 at that point. But right now, where do you draw the line in the sand? With a 4-inch, with a 6-inch, with an 8-inch, with a 16-inch? It depends on where you're going to go, but it would seem to be more logical to couple that with a future plant expansion if it's right there at Eubanks. And if it isn't at that location, then what we're putting in might not be where you want it anyway. And we can deal with that at that point when you decide what you want to do in terms of expansion throughout town. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, the size of the pipe is looking forward to an interconnection, whether it needs to be big enough to then deliver to other places, or whether it just serves that node.
Right. And there's already, the pipe could be 2 inches because of the small demand. Basically, the largest demand down there is the Thales athletic fields, and actually the park fields themselves, the future park that's there. So it's already upsized from 2 to 4 just because that's what the ordinance says.
The line along Chatham Parkway is 12.
Is it 12? Yes. So we have a
12 that's going up Chatham Parkway.
We have a 12 that's here, and this is all 4. Now, what Tim was kind of alluding to is our pipeline going to the existing plant is going right by here. So should something change, we can change that from an effluent pipe. Should we get that constant daily demand, that can be changed from an effluent pipe to a reclaimed pipe possibly in the future. And so essentially what we're hoping to is just getting to the fact of a 4-inch pipe on Wendover and Vine at this point, because of the possible options and workarounds, is acceptable to the town at this point.
If I may.
We got a lot of different
It's a big project, but just to let you know where we are on Thompson Street, that is under construction. And you've been by there and seen the roads being graded, so we're literally putting pipe in the ground now. So we, even if you were to approve it and say, hey, we're okay with a 4-inch long Vine and a Loop Street and Wendover tonight, it will still take us 30, 45 days to get it from that. So we're, at least with this section right here, you know, we need an answer as soon as we can get one. So, and I just want to stress with Ken's model, a 2-inch, you know, the model that McKim Creed has done, a 2-inch shows it meets the demand there. So we're proposing a 4-inch. So we actually have extra capacity with a 4-inch that would provide extra capacity at the end of Thompson Street. And we're stubbing a line at Thompson Street.
So we do have a 6 that was approved on the Thompson Street plans originally. And we don't got into it further. That's when this question came up of reducing the size. We've got a consultant helping us review this, and without understanding the answer to this question of what is the demand that we're trying to shoot for, finalizing decisions on pipe size was a difficult thing to do. So yes, there are plans that are teed up, ready to go, waiting on this question. Understanding, are we serving, we extend lines through all of Chatham Park for the future opportunity? No one will flush lines and do all those things. Are we doing that? And then assume demand that we don't know will actually be there on a reliable basis. So that's kind of the the reason why the consultant said it's hard to weigh in on making a decision for a 4-inch line isolated.
And should the line need to be sized to a 6-inch due to the town's demands, then that would be a reimbursement type situation, where if the town needs it bigger.
But only in a case of a 4 to a 6, not from a 2 to a 4.
Correct, because the ordinance requires a 4, so they're in for 4. But in the event that the town, requires a 6-inch for future town demand, that's unknown at this point.
But the point you're trying to make is that with reserving $250,000 for 3M, there's not very much left to go anywhere else other than Shadow Park.
Correct.
And you just want them to know that.
Well, and the town has options for, we could go back to them and renegotiate.
Right.
That's part of a solution too, that we're not talking about. They may be open to renegotiation.
If they're only using 60,000 now?
They're using a smaller percentage.
They do have peak days. Jamie provided us with the data too, that there are peak days where they use 160,000 gallons a day, 170,000 gallons a day. But at their current, I can't imagine if I was in 3M shoes that they'd want to start paying for potable instead of reuse.
Is it a follow-up conversation at the next board meeting? Is it a workshop in the month of July? Is it us having our consultant and Ken, as we're working through the master plan, run a scenario of some other combination? And I think you've run about every scenario there is, but just putting that as a part of the documented master plan.
When are you going to be in a position to make a recommendation?
Comfort level of the board on the fact that is this okay to operate with the sizing the service area based off of the amount of reclaimed water that we have today anticipated.
It sounds to me like we have an urgent issue that's a short-term question that's demanding an answer, and then we also have a master plan for utility development. And I think it would benefit all of us not to try to bite off more than we can chew. If there's a way legally that we can make a decision for the short-term demand, short-term question, while still reserving this larger question of what are Legacy Pittsburgh's plans for reuse water? What is the entire town of Pittsburgh's plans for reuse water? Those are really important questions, and without a workshop, I'm not ready to go there. I would like to dig into this, perhaps at 6 p.m. on the 24th.
Well, John, you make an excellent point, and I think one of the critical features of thinking about this also is a crystal ball for time frames. Because if we say, go ahead and put 6 in, because we're going to interconnect, when are we going to interconnect? When are we going to draw on that supply? When are we going to do that? 10 years? 15 years? 20 years? And in that same time frame, that particular service demand along that pipeline is going to be far diminished from the capacity of that line. And that line is going to be blown off a lot. It's going to be a waste. It's going to be a waste. So if I think about what is the time frame? Tim says, these infill urban areas don't have a thirst for reduced water. Infrastructure is already in the ground. They're not plumbed for it. And it makes me think that 4 inches is the way to go. Because in 20 years, if you really need that interconnectivity larger, well, okay, you got to put another pipe or increase that pipe.
And that's the alternative, is possibly paralleling lines at some point in the future. We could have these guys analyze that line on Thompson Street, the what if,
That seems like a critical path.
how that would play into, because I don't know if that was fully in the model.
Yeah, when we looked at that, the reserve capacity or the additional capacity, even in the 4-inch line, was serving residential irrigation to an additional 200 homes. Something on 30,000, 40,000 gallons a day, additional capacity within that line, even at 4 inches.
So you need 200 homes beyond what that service area.
Right. So if you imagine where this ends, basically, the logical choice would be Chatham Forest, essentially. So you could serve with the 4-inch line 200 homes in Chatham Forest, even with that existing
Would
line.
it serve 200 more yours, if you wanted to? Where's the length of line change that dynamic?
So the idea is there's enough pass-through capacity. So if the town is concerned about additional service area outside of what you see outlined, then there's 200. Should the capacity be available internally, then of course it can become a first come, first serve within the area that already has purple pipe in front of the house. You just reach out and you tap in versus burning all the additional, like Tim said, the house is on run for meter boxes next to the streets. And most of the time you just replace water lines instead of those purple pipe. So that's kind of the concept, is that there's 200 homes worth of capacity in the 4-inch line alone. So you take it to a 6-inch and you're going to at least twice that magnitude. So you're going to take it to at least 400 to 500. And when you get into that, if there is some commercial user down here, again, we already have a pipeline that's moving right past the one that's
Did you say that was an effluent line?
Right now it's going to be an effluent line. Because the way that 3M is set up.
It's not fully treated reclaimed water
Right.
from the Chatham Park plant to our plant. There's additional chlorine, I believe.
That's the only thing that's missing is just the chlorine residual in the pipeline, because we can't put chlorine into Robeson Creek. That's the only thing that's missing, so to speak, calling it a reclaim.
So your plant puts the chlorine in and then sends it to the
So this line plant's going to be pumping effluent to our treatment plant as well as reused water.
Essentially, yes. We'll have 2 pump stations, one that sends reused water through this network and one that sends it to your plant, where your plant adds in a couple of drops of chlorine and then sends it to 3M.
Raw
Again,
sewer
once the I'm
and
sorry.
almost reclaimed water.
Yeah, we'll be sending, there's 2 pipelines. One is sending it to the headworks where it's going to Sanford, and one is sending it to the back end of your wastewater treatment plant where chlorine gets added and it gets sent to
Or discharged.
or discharged, depending upon if 3M doesn't have the need, then it gets discharged.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing is that we need a workshop. I think I'm hearing that you guys want to be accommodating to the questions and the immediacy of needing answers. We can further the discussion on the model and see if we can get an understanding of that area around Thompson Street and Wendover and find and isolate that component and get to a comfort level of making a decision so that it's not limiting. My biggest concern is trying to not limit future opportunities for the rest of Pittsburgh extent. But we've got a lot of unknowns, and we've not done the planning at this point to know what that looks like. So it is a really hard thing to dictate what we would like to see on that. And a component has been this whole service area. So the dynamics have changed as we've gotten into the details.
Well, I don't know, like using Scout that Pittsburgh is going to have a reuse system in the ground in 20 years to connect to that 6-inch pipe and that 4-inch pipe. 4-inch pipe has the risk of wasting water today. 6-inch is a risk of wasting a lot more than a 4-inch pipe. It seems that the 4-inch pipes
consultant to go down that path and confirm that there's no other constraint that makes us want to look at something other than a 4, but we will see if we can bring that report to finalization so that we can at least get these couple of projects moving and continue the discussion.
We also need a decision.
I think what I've heard is that we can finish the master plan. So,
With respect to that, we'll still have the workshop and we'll still move forward.
and then I need the plan finished so I
We
can
will
sign
get.
it.
Do we think we can get a decision on design and whenever in 2 weeks? I guess that's.
I don't think I've got to bring that decision back here. We'll
Okay.
work through the master
Sure.
plan and get that wrapped up
Okay.
with the understanding that oversizing alone is not what we're focused on in that smaller area. That's what I heard, is that, but I want to make sure I circle back with my consultant, that we vetted that demand, that need, all of that. There were questions that were at the point of, we need to know which fork in the road we're at, and we can get out of it now.
Do you have the comfort of that understanding, or do we need a motion?
What's the recommendation?
Not that everyone's a field review.
The fact that it is refining information from the master plan.
Right, I think you're okay. I mean,
Yeah, I think we are to provide comments and or concerns. Given this new understanding, Susan, when would you like to schedule the workshop?
Soon. July would be, for this particular item, sooner. We've also got several other things that would be really good to do at the same time. The update from C.M. Smith, for that piece, we could wait to do that at a board meeting, but that would be a good discussion. The update on the master plan from the county, that could be at a utility workshop. Like, we could get a couple of things, but I also don't want to overload utilities.
You're not going to be able to discuss all 3 of those reports in the same 2.5-hour period.
We want to have conversation on reclaim for a while, and we could do that sooner rather than later. I think we have a planning board meeting on the 8th.
8th is temporary.
There's not.
We move it from July because we don't have them. Try to take the week at all.
I know there's a couple of other public meetings that are stirring too, so I don't know if July.
Why don't we can send out like a doodle poll or something, and get everybody's idea, and then we'll schedule.
I'll express a preference for lining it up with the board meeting.
Okay.
6 o'clock.
Okay.
But I'm eager to hear other commissioners' thoughts.
Do you believe that an hour?
Work session was 7.
An hour easily be fine on this topic.
Okay.
All right.
We'll look at the dates and try and see if that narrow down sheet. Thank you very much for your input, and we will work with getting this one.
Do I have a motion for a break? Fully move that we take a 5-minute break. Second. By Jay Carroll. Those in favor, please stand.
No.
Is there a motion to go back into session following our break?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Chair Carroll, seconded by Mark Fielko. Those in favor, we will now give our attention to the budget. It is 11 o'clock. However, the best laid plans of my concern. We have to do this.
Well, I can, it's really up to you how much and how hard you want to go at this, I guess. What you have tonight is, well, let me back up a little bit. What are we doing? So the proposed 1920 budget was distributed to you on May 13th. So you've had it since then. You've also had the cover memo. You've also had the cover memo or the budget message on that same date. It's been available. Some of what I'm going to go over tonight is substantially similar to what you received in that budget message that you received on the 13th, and the budget document itself is substantially the same, except for the one note that was made in Heather's memo that did adjust the budget by approximately just under $5,000 due to an updated budget from the fire department. And so that had the effect of increasing the general fund contribution by a like amount. And we can point that out here in just a minute. But you'll recall the public hearing was conducted, the required public hearing was conducted at the previous meeting. Ultimately, what we need to do, you're probably aware, is come up with a resolution, a budget document to approve by June 30th, 2019. So the good news is nobody's asking you to make a decision tonight unless you want to. And you may not. Let's start out a little bit about revenue, because that's where it starts. We're not proposing a tax rate change at this point in time, unless you guys have a lot of things that you want to throw in the pot. So it's staying at 0.433, and that's essentially the same level that it was at, or is the same level that it was at since the 2013-14 budget. 1 cent, according to information that we have received, will raise $56,859 in real and personal property taxes. Don't worry, I don't have a lot of charts and graphs you can see in the handout here, but there's just a couple that I want to put out. This one I haven't brought up since the 2015-16 budget. That's a tax rate comparison. We're basically looking at what Pittsboro's tax rate is compared to other communities mostly in the Triangle area. There are 15 communities identified there. You can see Pittsboro here in the dark green at 0.4333. I can tell you that out of those 15, since the last time I showed you guys this chart, out of those 15, 8 have increased their tax rates. 4, including Pittsboro, have remained the same, and 3 reduced their tax rates as a result of most likely as a result of revaluations. So that's kind of where we fit in as far as tax rate right now. We're kind of down the bottom, the lower end of the table as far as affordability. And I've just wanted to point out a little bit in terms of the growth of the 1 cent generation. And you can see that over the last 10 years, we have been experiencing a fairly steady increase due to a couple of factors. One, we have had development over time. The biggest jump was probably here in between the 16-17 and the 17-18 budget right in here, which was when the revaluation occurred. That essentially kept the tax rate the same with added taxable value, which meant we were able to generate more revenue without increasing the ad valorem rate. Some communities, like I had mentioned before, do experience the Apexes and the Holly Springs of the world at some point in time, which is something to think about, do generate significant amounts of revenue, and then therefore have the ability to roll back once their revaluations come due. At the time, back in 16, 17, with our operations still needing to expand, at that time we felt it was important to keep moving forward. So that's why we see what we see. But it's important to note that over the last couple of years, things seem to stabilize a little bit. We're back to, I think, between this proposed budget, or between this fiscal year and the previous fiscal year, we're back to looking at about a 2.5% increase in ad valorem generation. So just something to think about. Over that time period, over that 10-year time period, the average, we have an average figure of about 3.75% in terms of generation. So it's a good, healthy, steady growth over that time, and that's a good thing from where we're sitting. General fund basics, some of the stuff you already know, but I just point out, general fund is, of course, the revenues generated by property taxes, shared revenues from the state, sales taxes, other fees, planning fees. I think have been a bigger part of our budget over the last few years. Those expenditures in the general fund support our general administration, support your costs, support Mr. Messick, or help support Mr. Messick. The planning, engineering, police, fire, all of our buildings, for the most part, sanitation, recycling, trash pickup, and parks. So all that kind of comes out of the general fund area. That's why it's called the general fund. It's important to note that at least since I've been here, the general fund does not overtly support enterprise fund activity. So in other words, you can't take ad valorem tax and use it to do things like build water mains, things of that nature. That is something that Pittsboro had done in the past, and our auditors point out, and it's something the LGC and DOR generally don't. We never received any notices on it, but it's generally frowned upon in those establishments. So the good news is we haven't been kind of backed into any corner for that need at this point. What are we looking at for this year? Again, we're not proposing a tax increase at this point in time, but there are some other increases that you should probably be aware of, one of which is for solid waste, which is a slight increase from the annual charge of $165 to $185. According to my going back, I don't believe that's been increased since the 11-12 budget, or the 10-11 budget, one of the two. So we've been able to subsidize those activities for quite a while. We've had previous discussions about recycling costs in the market, the difficulty there, and just inflationary issues on the part of our waste hauler. So at this point in time, we are kind of having to keep that piece solvent with a slight increase. We're looking at 2.5% pay increases. That's pretty consistent with what we've done, I think, for the past 4 years or so for staff. We've been fortunate that you've allowed that. That also extends to the Board of Commissioners. I don't believe it extends to the Planning Board for some reason, although it could, I guess, if you wanted to. It wouldn't alter things that much. We are looking at a small increase. I say small. It's probably, in terms of increases, it's one of the better increases that we've had in health since I've been here. Recall that I think it was 2 years ago we switched our health insurance providers because we were getting upwards of 17% increases. Last year we didn't have any increase. This year we're looking at a 7% increase for health insurance costs. And that does play into both our general fund and our enterprise fund areas. We're looking at new positions, one for engineering, one for planning, and one for police. Those positions, I think, would help us in all of the areas that you're familiar with. terms of police, as we grow, a number of calls are expected to increase. Also, too, having sufficient number of police allows us more flexibility in terms of scheduling. It's been even more critical. The more events that we do, the more police we have to schedule. The more police we have, the less overtime, hopefully, that we're creating. So, from that standpoint, those are expected costs, I think, that a growing community will experience. Within the police item, we did create a new line item for special events to help better, maybe more transparently, for lack of a better way to put it, track coverage costs for our events. The money is essentially passing through from town to Main Street and back to town, and we just wanted to make sure that we were clear on when the police were, what the police costs are and how we're accounting for them when we talk about the special events that we're doing over the past couple of years. Recreation, some investment there. We have $44,000 budgeted for construction and design of the tennis courts. You're probably aware that there was a resurfacing on those probably 3 or 4 years ago. They did some Mr. Horn did some geotechnical work. And on the courts themselves, there was some shifting, cracks appearing, and so we're more or less looking at a redesign of those tennis courts, and so there is a significant expenditure anticipated there. We received feedback from the community. That's something that is apparently being requested from the bottom in this case, and so that's why that figure is expressed there. And then we also have, as you're probably aware, current ongoing design of Kiwanis Park and J.C.'s Park, and so we have $20,000 and $15,000 respectively proposed for those design projects. Capital equipment is relatively light this year in terms of the money that we're looking to invest from general fund in that. Streets and Utilities requesting 2 replacement trucks and then one, I believe, is the bigger dump truck. The Parks and Rec would be getting a utilities truck, and then what's also not identified in the PowerPoint would be the utility payroll accounting software that we've been kicking down the line for the past 2 budgets anyway. We're looking at splitting between the general fund and enterprise fund. It'll be, I believe, over it'll be 2-year allocated process. $70,000 this budget year, $70,000 the next budget year. That $70,000 would be roughly split between general fund and enterprise fund.
It would only be $30,000 next year.
It will only be 30.
Yeah, a total of $100,000, but more this upcoming budget, and then the remainder in the following.
I was thinking we were trying to do half-seas on these 2 years.
No, you have to kind of front load it a little bit in terms of the work that gets done in the first year.
Okay.
But,
all right. And then I guess one thing I'd like to bring up too, and not to hijack the conversation at all, but maybe just to anticipate some questions or concerns. I think one of the driving factors, aside from keeping our software relevant and operable and being able to support the software as time goes on, which is really critical in terms of technology, is that we will be able to better accommodate some of the smart technology with the new Millink software, whereas right now with it's kind of this antiquated. I don't know how old are we looking at? How old are we using it? Predates either one of us.
yeah, they did an update. I'm not even sure what year they did the update. But I mean, we've been with Harris for 20+ years. But this current software is not. They're not doing redesigns of the software, so they maintain it, and that's about it.
So then, and then as I mentioned earlier too, one last thing on this particular slide is I mentioned earlier the fire department budget. brought in an increase of $4,974 from what was previously reported in the version that you received on May 13th. At the end of the day, that does increase the fund balance appropriation from $19,872 to $24,846. In other words, our expenditures at this point in time currently slightly exceed what our revenues are, unless we're able to make adjustments between now and when you finally do approve the budget. It's not the end of the world. We have more than enough fund balance on that. I shoot for a balanced budget when I submit it. In this case, it's not happening yet. But again, the good news is that we have the wherewithal to cover that.
That fire increase did not come from a rate increase. That just came from a growth increase overall, not just a rate increase.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing going on there aside from what Chief Griffin's issues were the previous year. I mean, it's a continual process of trying to convert that department from a volunteer department to a paid department, essentially in a nutshell. And so that's all part of it. Some of it too, some of that increase too is attributed to this is what we went back and forth on a little bit too before submitting the budget, is that the new agreement that we have with Pittsboro Fire Department establishes a calculation for the budget that is the same as what Chatham County does with the Pittsboro Fire Department, and so there was an adjustment on that front as well. We received one figure from the county. Then we later received an updated figure from the county, and so that was part of it, part of that need for an adjustment as well. So roughly it was a small adjustment. Planning fee modifications. Again, this is in the budget message that I had actually clipped from the budget message that I had. I just want to make sure you're aware of those. We've been doing, I think, in my opinion, pretty well in the last couple of budgets in terms of trying to generate more revenue from development to help pay for development-related staff activities. And so these changes here are the proposed changes, which is modifying the subdivision regulation amendment to actually remove it for this year, establishing an increase in the condition use district rezoning fee, and then adding a $500 master plan sign plan review fee, changing the plat review, increasing what we need in terms of performing final plat reviews, easement and right-of-way plat reviews. So again, trying to right size. You can see over the course of the last couple of budgets, we have been able to increase our general fund slightly through those means, and again, those help augment additional staffing needs in planning. Not necessarily engineering with this piece, but we'll talk about that later. Enterprise fund basics.
Can I ask just a couple of questions? I'll just say that I noticed that we included we rated fees on a lot more categories than just those. At least by my estimation, comparing last year to this year. Not that I objected to them; they're all reasonable, but they were substantially more. But the question I had is on this plat review. Are we so if exempt and recombination are we no longer reviewing those, or are we no longer charging for review of those? Or exempt and or recombination plats, because exempt and recombination typically are not something that get rigorously reviewed because they're exempt.
Well, recombination is exempt. I don't understand why it's separate, but, so I don't know why, are you taking that out altogether?
No, just changing it, just combining them into a final plat review fee, a flat fee of $100, then plus $10 for each lot.
Taking an exempt subdivision from $50 to who knows what. Because depending on how many lots you've got.
What, depending on how many lots you got, we would charge more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but it's exempt, so it's like not typically reviewed with much greater, not very costly.
Well, I mean, I think if you're doing a larger review with more lots, then you're generating more revenue to help pay for that review.
No, I understand, but exactly, you're not doing much. You're just making sure that.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're kind of going around here. I mean, an exempt is exempt, so we're eliminating that, but
So we're no
changing.
Longer charging for exempt or recombination.
Not charging for exempt or recombination, but we are adding the plat review on this calculus.
Right. So if I come in with an exempt plat for review, I'm not going to get charged, or am I going to get charged $100 plus $10 a lot?
If it's a plat review, you're going to get charged $100 plus $10 each lot.
Well, thank you.
What makes it exempt and what makes it?
Well, if you had an 11-acre lot would be exempt. Or recombination of two existing lots, you just move the lines around, that's exempt. And exempt means you shouldn't have any say-so about it, but planners like to look at things to make sure that it's really exempt, even if the owner says it is and the surveyor says it is. So the planner is going to spend time looking at an exempt plat, and he's going to sign something saying, yes, this is an exempt plat. So there really ought to be a fee if you're going to do it. If you're going to look at it at all, there ought to be a fee.
And I think we'll just be charging a final plat review fee. $100 plus $10 per lot.
I believe that was the idea.
Okay.
But, I mean, if you want to roll back with the current fee structure in the upcoming fiscal year, that's fine too. You said you had a couple of questions.
That was it. Yeah.
Enterprise fund, again, that's on water, wastewater. We're looking at maintenance of water and wastewater facilities. It should be self-supporting. In other words, the money that is brought in through fees for that enterprise should pay for all of the activities of that enterprise. On this side, we are looking at a 2.5% rate increase. That can be seen on also in the budget message, but split that up here. You can see columns for the charges for inside town as well as current inside town and then proposed new inside town. And again, it's very slight. And the reason for that is essentially not as much growth or development related as it is simply inflationary at this point. We're looking at the water treatment plant. We're looking at additional costs for chemical and lab supplies, and then to the unregulated chemicals. And I think in this case, it's mainly a cost that's attributed to the dioxane issue. There is increased costs associated with regularly monitoring that, which Mr. Pickett has been, I think, doing a pretty good job over the course of almost the last year, working with Professor from NC State on that issue. Utilities within Enterprise, we're looking at replacement parts, accessories for a mini excavator that we purchased last year. But and then $6,000 for a light tower, which seems high now that I think about it. But that's the light tower is similar to the one that we have for the police department, currently have for the police department. There are times, for instance, the huge water main break that we had 3 or 4 years ago, we could have conceivably used 4 or 5 light towers for that, and we only had one. I think we had to bring in some others from rentals and contractors and so forth. So one additional light tower is what we're budgeting for that. If we did need to buy that, we could probably get away with it. But that's a cost that we're anticipating for this year.
Well, are you able to look at the difference between battery-powered light tower and internal combustion engine powered light tower?
Yeah, I'm not aware. That's a good question. That's something we can look at.
Okay.
I was thinking that light tower was solar panel light tower.
It is already battery.
I think it may be.
The new
Which
one?
is why the additional, that 6,000.
Because I don't think the old one.
No, right. This the one that John budgeted,
Yeah.
I believe, is.
That's what I asked at the retreat, so.
Right.
That's great.
I think that's why it's $6,000.
It does say it's a solar arrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, then that's, Arrow Board is different from a light tower.
Right.
Oh, so maybe I'm confusing.
Yeah,
the
that's
whole
what it
thing.
says. Right. It does say arrow board, solar arrow board trailer, and $6,000 for a light tower.
Yeah, I mean,
Those are two
either
separate
way, we
items.
can still.
Yeah.
Either way, we can still
I
come up
can
with an
touch
estimate
base,
for that.
yeah.
I'd just like to know what the difference is.
Yeah.
It's not too much.
Yeah. So,
I think with a light tower, you're not going to want to put a solar panel on it because it doesn't spend appreciable time outdoors. You're needing it at night for work at night. But the benefit is to the immediate proximity of workers' reduced emissions, not puffing gas or diesel combustion fumes.
yeah, less noise if you're having
Yes.
to use it at night.
And that's a big safety issue.
Sure. So, in a nutshell, again, that's kind of the 25,000 foot view of things right now at this hour. Again, it has to be approved by June 30th. And I will remind the board, like I do every year, this is a document that is adjustable, and we do adjust it from time to time. If there is an unbudgeted item that we didn't anticipate at this stage of the planning process, we do come to you before purchasing it if the budget adjustment is necessary to purchase it. So, anything that we haven't identified here or you haven't identified in your travels to this point, it's certainly something that we can tackle as the budget here moves forward. I can say it's in terms of just in closing, in terms of ad valorem revenues, we are likely, especially as we start looking at some of the work, some of the conversations that I've been having with Davenport on issues like the new town hall. There's good news and bad news to our financial situation. The good news is that we've been frugal. We've been able to expand without raising revenues in conventional ways, but we're running out of ways to do that. And I think that future years we're going to be needing to strongly consider ad valorem revenue increases. This year isn't necessarily that year, but in order to do things like build town hall and expand staff and things of that nature on a faster pace maybe than what the buildings are giving us, we may need to look at that as revenue source. But again, I stress that isn't necessarily this year unless you really want to hammer it. So, with that, I'd be glad I could go into more specific parts of the budget. If you have additional comments, questions, concerns. I know Mayor Perry had asked me one earlier today. I think at this point that's the only correspondence I've received on it. So I'm sure you guys must have other questions. Yeah, we have one more meeting before the 30th. So.
What I've got is, I don't think questions worthy of exploring this hour. Simply email it out to everybody. I think this is technical stuff.
Okay.
But I just don't want to spend time on it. I do have two things of interest. Is talking about the sewer and our sewer situation, and knowing that if we can spend money, or money spent trying to identify and correct infill and infiltration, or inflow and infiltration, is really, really money well spent. I don't know that we have money in this budget for that, and I would like to see us explore that this fiscal year. Again, the cost of sending a gallon to Sanford far in excess of what it takes to, I think, clean some or repair some pipe in town and get the plant to register that as a decrease in the amount of effluent coming to the plant, because it's just stormwater. We're treating a lot of stormwater, so we're not efficient at our existing plant. If we can reduce that amount of stormwater going there, the capacity at that plant is going to increase. So I think I mentioned this at the retreat. I think it's one of the top priority for us. It should be. I'd like to know if we have money in it for I&I, or if we can put money in it for I&I.
So I don't have money in there yet, and that it was more. It's in the CIP, so it's projected out there. But what would have to happen is that money has to come out of our capital reserve for enterprise. So we are down to about approximately $500,000 in capital reserve for enterprise. So keeping that in mind is prioritizing some of the items that are listed in the CIP. And it doesn't need to be the ones that I have listed in this current fiscal year. If you want to identify other ones that I might have pushed out. Because what I did was I put in there what was listed in the report from the AIA, from their report, what they were recommending to us.
Yeah, what we need to do internally before we move forward. You can see if you go to the capital improvement plan summary, it's on page 63. You see down towards the bottom, there are what,
Well, there's two specific in this fiscal year.
Yeah, CIP related items for inflow and infiltration. I think there are more scheduled for fiscal year 2021. The idea, I think, at this point in time was to, because we really haven't, since Elizabeth's been here, she's been working on a couple of the other plans. She hasn't had enough time, I think, to get into I mentioned earlier tonight the sewer asset management plan. She hasn't had enough time to kind of get into that and how we're going to schedule some of those improvements. And so we wanted to have those conversations, and then my thinking was then after we finalize what exactly we want to do and when we want to do it, working off of this piece, then look at either augmenting through capital reserves or seeing what kind of flexibility we have with our existing budget for mid-year.
So which items are reflective of the I&I?
So we were looking at line repairs from targeted.
Rosen Creek rehabilitation?
No, the next was the one below that.
That's line repairs from targeted CCTV inspections.
So we've got
55.
That's for 1920 or 2021?
That's for.
That's for this
19,
upcoming
20.
this
That
19,
first
20.
column is fiscal year 19. Yeah. So, and then the other one would be.
in there.
There's a 60.
Yeah. And then 61, and then the next one is cleaning and CCTV inspection.
Priority two?
Yeah,
That's all I&I?
yeah.
So we've got 106,000 in for I&I this coming year?
Not in the budget. This is,
Not in
this is,
capital.
it would
That's
have
what
to,
we've
that would
identified
have
in
to
the
come
plan.
out of capital reserve.
Got it, okay.
So the decision needs to be made on where to draw that this fiscal year. But we didn't have enough time for Elizabeth really to analyze what she wanted to do and when. I expect that conversation to happen before we have a workshop or a presentation on it. I think we're scheduled. I think we're looking at that later this summer. August 26th was when I had initially identified that discussion, so I want to have everything wrapped up by then.
Well, just as an indication, Town Park has already received from the state a great reduction in the amount of flow per bedroom because they're going to be installing a brand new system. It's not going to leak. It's not going to take in stormwater. We are, because of our system, taking on a lot of stormwater, we're stuck at 120 gallons a day. So if we had an improved system, pipe system and manhole system, we could, instead of treating 120 gallons per bedroom, treat 60, and thereby greatly increase the tank capacity. So it's exceptionally valuable work. So I would like for us to really work hard at trying to address that sooner than later.
Yeah.
So, if we can get Elizabeth to look at it and try to get a handle on how to do this thing, I'd be for taking that money and putting it in the budget.
And it is something, if it doesn't go in as of June 30th, we can do a budget amendment after the discussion.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just want it to be on
Yeah.
our radar as a priority because it had massive dividends.
Yeah, this is the radar, but we just haven't become 100% comfortable with the sources of funding just yet.
Got it.
I'm not sure about that. I wasn't sure if it was.
Yeah, we've got in section 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all I&I.
And then, yes, and also those manhole repair replacements,
yeah.
that will also help.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
We just got to space it out because it does. We don't want to totally deplete our. Right. We don't want to totally deplete our capital reserve.
Yeah.
So.
But can't we use some of our capital funds we receive from water and sewer impact fees for that?
Yes.
Okay.
It just has to be designated that way.
Okay.
So with the system development fees, we have to do it a little bit differently than our old. So when I'm talking about the 500-something thousand, that's our old capital reserve before the system development fees. With the new system development fees, we just have to designate it a little bit differently than with the old. So it's just another step. Yeah.
Function.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The only other major thing that I want to do is, I think I mentioned several meetings ago that we received a lot of interest in the facade grants now. And we didn't execute but 2, I think, this past fiscal year. So I think that there's about $13,000 that's coming back to the town. I would like to have that carry over in the Main Street budget because honestly, we've got another $5,000 facade grant that somebody wants right now.
Yeah, there may be a way to do that, but I want to talk to you about that first.
Okay.
I've got probably 25,000 of interest right now. Just the timing, they all came in the last 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could carry it over, that would be helpful.
Yeah, but I have an idea for that, but I want to check it. I haven't talked to either one of you about this yet, so just want to, before I get too deep into it, I just want to make sure that I'm not all in with it. There may be a way to carry that forward if we do it the way I think we can do it.
Otherwise, I think I'll find time to blast out an email with the rest of my less exciting questions.
I'm curious about before I get into my question, Commissioner Joker, thank you for bringing that up. I agree with you wholeheartedly about the importance of continuing the I&I work. And in that vein, I'm curious about maybe as good as an exploring scenarios that manhole repair and replacement line in particular in the capital improvement plan. I'm curious why we would be scheduling a very large lump sum so far out rather than doing 10% of the work or 20% of the work each year kind of thing.
I was going off of the report from the sewer asset management plan. So
Okay.
that's how they had it.
Oh,
That's how they had it laid out in their
Okay.
report.
Well, maybe
And that last column there is actually for 3 or 4. That's for 4 fiscal years. It's from fiscal year 2004. I mean 2024 to 2028 for several years.
Oh,
so
I
it's
see.
not.
Right.
That's why it's a bigger.
If you had more columns, you'd be.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I just remember in particular, I think Fred Royal said that the manhole repairs had good returns.
Right, and that's why we're trying. Yeah, that's why we're trying to get those the level 5 and 4. We're trying to get those done, and then these will be. It's trying to schedule that maintenance to keep going forward.
That's great. And I'm sure it was good to understand and appreciate the good fuss. Okay, so either we're charging different rates for water and sewer customers who are in town from those who are out of town. What is the legal authority allowing?
You're not obligated to serve anybody outside of town.
You're allowed to charge up to 2 times the rate.
Okay. It's literally out of town limits where the customer meter is. We're not talking about a meter that's in town where the bill is sent out of town.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Never mind.
Is that meaning like if the person who lives out, or the owner who lives out of town?
That property owner from Washington, D.C.
Gotcha.
Let's stick it to him.
Yeah.
We're not that bad.
Not that. Not that, right?
Not yet.
No, that might be an idea.
Do we have such legal authority?
No. If that service is in, I mean, not being facetious, if that service is in town, then we have to charge it an in-town rate that's consistent with other rates and other rate payers.
I have one quick question about the capital improvement plan summary. We have on here 15501 widening project, 98,112. Are we trying to match? Are we planning to match what the state is going to do, or what is that?
There is a 20% required match for the walkways. I don't recall what the 99,000 is for this fiscal year. And off the top of my head, I can't tell you what the line items are right at the moment for the design of the sidewalks. So essentially what we'd be contributing is the betterment. Anything different, in other words, anything different than what DOT would typically design for it. In this case, the board said, okay, we want to see a wide pedestrian path on one side of the road, and on the other side we want a sidewalk. And so we have to put 20% toward the cost of those 2 pieces. And so at least one of those is probably the more expensive one, is at least that match. Off the top, I don't recall what that 99,000 is unless we're just splitting that in two.
I'm not sure that was put in by somebody other than me.
Okay.
Maybe it was design cost. 20% share of design cost.
I don't know. We'll have to.
I'll look into it.
We can give you that answer. Sorry.
That's 20% of the thing.
Or relocation of utilities. Okay.
And that number may be adjusted depending on the changes that have been done to the plan. So that may be an old number.
We can update that figure.
Yeah.
The good news is this is a capital improvement plan. It doesn't necessarily commit us to any financial expenditures. As a result of this document, we are required to put one together, and it is actually kind of helpful in terms of scheduling. Nothing in here is exactly etched in stone or anything.
Any further questions?
Just wondering if it's got in a couple of places, but it's a line item for hold harmless tax. And
Those are revenues, aren't they?
Yep.
What is this? I'm not following that.
I can email you the whole statute explanation. It's not easy. It's not easy to explain. But it's a percentage that we get. It's based on our population. Essentially, the county gets X amount, and they split it up between the towns within the county based on population. But I'm not actually sure where. I've read the statute, but I couldn't spit it back out.
But it comes from state to each municipality.
Yeah, and I was afraid we were going to get a question about sales tax, so I was looking at the statute on that earlier. And if you really want to be confused, let me try to explain that to you sometime.
This is the Medicaid hold harmless distribution.
I don't know if it's I don't know.
North Carolina DOR.
So we get the sales tax, we get all the different sales tax line items there, and the hold harmless. We get that all in one payment from the Department of Revenue every.
One-time payment?
Well, we get it every month.
Pursuant to General Statute 105-523, eligible counties must receive a hold harmless payment for exchanging a portion of the local sales and use tax for the state's agreement to assume the responsibility for the non-administrative costs of Medicaid. This is the Medicaid hold harmless distribution report for March 2018 from the Revenue Service. It's the only mention of North Carolina's hold harmless tax.
Okay.
And yeah, please do. I mean, let me know. Give me a call, stop by, send an email.
Looks good, Brian.
All right. That's good. Okay, we're going to start with the board directors next time and start working out the special concerns. Jay Girl?
Don't have anything. I just want to thank Brian for the resolution on East Cornwallis. Hopefully that goes through because I still have several calls on that.
And I mentioned in the memo too that now that you pass this resolution and that gets forwarded to DOT, then they make a decision on it. I don't see why they wouldn't give it up. And then it's the clock story short, it's going to be about 2 to 3 months before we can actually blacken it up. So.
I appreciate that. I'll pass it on.
So it might happen this summer.
Mike, good. Try to. At the mercy of DOT. We have the estimate, we have the contractor ready to do it.
I was just going to say briefly, the Powell Place Apartments, they've been clearing that land for a while. It's been crazy back then. They've pretty much taken out all the trees, even to the highway.
Yep.
It's a good example of what happens when you don't have a tree limit. If you don't make them, sometimes they don't protect the tree. But anyway, there was a lengthy discussion about the emergency exit. People were quite upset, weren't saying very nice things about them. If anybody's interested in seeing those comments, I can probably copy them and put them on media. No, it's just that neighborhood.
It's not Facebook, it's a listener.
Two things close to the Vernon Park. That the wall of the store is the north-facing wall, and so the pavers have got moss growing underneath the benches and whatnot. And I think it's coming out into the walkway, so it could be slippery, but it just doesn't look kept well. So we could have that addressed. And then when we did get some of the dual recycling trash containers, we removed one of the containers, and the brick is no longer there in the walkway. So it's probably 5 or 6 bricks that need to just go down. If we could replace those in the sidewalk.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait, it's the owner of the building.
I'm sorry, which building?
The dark building. The owner is dark. I forget what the name of the store is there.
Antique Garages.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Then you go there, you'll say, oh, that's it. There's probably a lug of concrete.
Okay.
There that probably held the container.
Yeah, they had been at the Moss thing. They had been up there once before, so I don't know whether.
Okay. Maybe they ran into that lug of concrete. They didn't have a jackhammer, so.
No, when I say the Moss, like there was.
Oh.
Moss or mildew. You had mentioned this to me once
Okay.
before, and I thought they had been up there to work on that. So I don't know whether that's they didn't get a hold of it.
I didn't notice that it had ever actually been accomplished.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Emma?
No.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved by John Thomas, seconded by Michael Fielder. Good evening, and thank you all for your utility bills. That was quite a check.
I really think you need to check the meter.
Bring it on.
We usually do.